Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The sun was already setting when Fineian McCool adjusted the strings of his harp for the last time that evening in the small Dublin tavern. His calloused fingers slid familiarly across the instrument as the last customers left the establishment, some still humming excerpts from the ballads he had played. In his early 30s, with wild brown hair and piercing green eyes, Fineian had earned a reputation as one of modern Ireland's most gifted bards, even if few truly understood the depths of his ancient melodies. As he put his harp away in its worn leather cover, movement in the darkest corner of the room caught his attention. A slender figure emerged from the shadows, a woman of extraordinary beauty, with silver hair that seemed to capture the moonlight itself. His eyes had an unearthly shine that made Fineian hold his breath involuntarily. "Your songs still hold the echoes of ancient times, bard," she said, her voice melodious, like crystal chimes. "I'm Eine, and I come from a place that your songs know well." Fineian felt a shiver run down his spine. Since he was a child, his grandmother told him stories about the Sidhe, the immortals who inhabited Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth. He always knew there was something more to the old melodies he had learned, something beyond the notes and words he played night after night. "Our kingdom needs you, Fineian McCool," Eine continued, approaching with unearthly grace. "The stories of our people are being lost, and with them, our very essence. We need someone who can record them, someone who still carries the ancient magic in their veins." The bard took in the ethereal figure before him, noticing the details that had previously escaped his eyes, the robes that seemed woven from moonlight, the delicate markings that glowed on his skin like constellations. "Why me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Because you are one of the few who can still hear the true music of the land," she replied, extending a delicate hand towards him. "Come with me to Tir na Nog. Become our chronicler, our keeper of stories." Fineian hesitated, thinking about his simple life, the nights at the tavern, the mornings teaching music to children at the local conservatory. But something inside him, something that had always been dormant, woke up with Ine's words. It was as if the old melodies he knew had taken on a life of their own, whispering in his ears. "There is a price," Ine warned, her eyes shining with an ancient seriousness. "Every moment in our realm takes you further from the mortal world. Time flows differently in Tir na Nog, and the longer you stay, the harder it will be to return." The bard looked at his harp, the instrument that had been passed down through generations in his family. The ancient inscriptions on its wood seemed to pulse with a light of their own under Ine's gaze. "What if I accept?" he asked, already feeling the weight of the decision in his heart. "Then you will see wonders beyond your imagination," she replied, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "And maybe, just maybe, you're exactly what our kingdom needs to survive." With a fluid gesture, Eine traced a circle in the air, and reality began to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. Through the distortion, Fineian glimpsed a world of impossible colors, where silver trees touched an eternally twilight sky. Without realizing it, he had already taken a step towards the portal, his harp held tightly against his chest. The air around him grew thicker, charged with an ancient energy that made every fiber of his being vibrate in response. The melodies he had known since he was a child seemed to take on new dimensions, as if they were always just fragments of a much larger symphony. Walking through the portal was like diving into a dream. The familiar world of the tavern was gone, replaced by a landscape that defied mortal understanding. The air was lighter, sweeter, charged with fragrances that had no name in the world of men. All around him, ancient trees rose to the sky, their twisted trunks telling silent stories of ages past. Aina led him along a path that wound between the silvery trees, each step revealing new wonders. Luminous creatures danced among the shadows, their shapes constantly changing, like flames in the wind. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to pulse with a life of its own, responding to his presence with subtle changes in color and texture. "Welcome to Tir na Nog, Fineian McCool," said Aine, her voice echoing with a power that made the trees themselves whisper in response. "Here, your songs will find their true purpose." As they walked, Fineian began to notice something disturbing behind the otherworldly beauty of the kingdom. There was a gloom in the air, a sense of weariness that seemed to permeate the very essence of the place. The colors, while still stunning, seemed less vibrant than they should have been, like a painting slowly fading in the sun. "You realize, don't you?" Aina asked, observing his expression. "Our magic is weakening. The stories that sustain our kingdom are being lost to the mortal world, and with them, our very existence begins to fade." Fineian felt the weight of responsibility fall on his shoulders. It was not just a chronicler they sought, but someone who could help safeguard the very existence of Tir na Nog. His songs, the old melodies he carried in his blood, could be the key to restoring the magic that was being lost. As they approached what appeared to be a palace made of crystal and light, Fineian realized that his journey was just beginning. The real challenge would be not just to record the stories of the immortals, but to find a way to make those stories echo again in the heart of the mortal world before it was too late, both for Tir na Nog and for himself. The crystal palace rose before them like a physical manifestation of magic itself, its towers and arches reflecting lights that danced like aurora borealis. Fineian followed Aine through corridors that seemed to change shape as they passed, each step echoing with a musicality of its own that made his hands long to play his harp. "The others await your arrival," Aine said, leading him to a large circular hall where ethereal figures gathered in a circle. Each of those present emanated a distinct aura, like different notes in a complex harmony. Fineian recognized some of them from the ancient stories. Mid-here, the warrior poet with his sword of light, Neof, the golden-haired healer, and Bran, the navigator of the mystical seas. A reverent silence fell over the hall as Fineian unsheathed his harp. Without the need for words, he began to play an old melody that his grandmother had taught him, a song about the world's first dawn. The notes floated through the air like golden birds, and to his amazement, images began to materialize. The rise of the sun, the first dew, the awakening of the primordial flowers. We have not seen such power in the songs of a mortal for a long time, Midhir said, his eyes shining with renewed interest. Maybe there is hope for us after all. In the days that followed, Fineian was introduced to the wonders and mysteries of Tir na Nog. Each immortal had stories to share, narratives that intertwined with the very fabric of reality. He learned about the wars of the elements, when fire and water fought for dominance in the sky, about the great sleep of the mountains, when the giants fell asleep and turned into mountain ranges, about the dance of the shooting stars, which sowed the first magic in the world. But with each story he recorded, each melody he composed, Fineian felt a subtle change in himself. His senses became more acute, perceiving colors that had no name and hearing music in the air itself. Their reflection in the crystalline surfaces of the palace began to show a luminescence similar to that of the Sidia. One afternoon, as he composed a new ballad in the palace's hanging gardens, Neve approached him with concern in her golden eyes. "You're changing, Fineian," she said softly. "The magic of our realm is seeping into your being. Soon it will be difficult to tell where the mortal bard ends and the chronicler of the immortals begins." Fineian paused his composition, observing his own hands. The light of Tir na Nog's eternal twilight seemed to pass through her skin, as if she were becoming fainter, more ethereal. "How long do I have?" he asked, his voice carrying a new resonance that it hadn't possessed before. "Time here flows like music," Niev replied. "It is not measured in days or years, but in stories and songs. Every melody you play, every story you record, anchors you deeper into our kingdom." The revelation weighed on Fineian, but not as much as it should have. Part of it, a part that grew every day, reveled in the transformation. The songs he now composed had a power he had never dreamed possible, capable of making flowers sprout from the air and stars dance at his command. One night, although night and day were fluid concepts in Tir na Nog, Bran took him for a walk through the deepest gardens of the kingdom. There, among trees that whispered secrets in forgotten languages, the navigator revealed the true extent of the crisis afflicting the immortal realm. "The magic isn't just weakening," Bran explained, touching a tree whose silvery leaves were beginning to darken. "It is dying. The mortal world has forgotten how to dream, how to believe in the impossible. Every child who stops hearing our stories, every adult who laughs at ancient superstitions, weakens the bonds that keep our kingdom alive." Fineian then understood why his music had so much power in Tir na Nog. In his melodies, old and new, resided a bridge between worlds, a connection to a time when magic and reality were not separate concepts. "But there is a price to be paid," Bran continued, his eyes reflecting unknown constellations. "To save our kingdom, you will need to sacrifice something of equal value. The question is, will you be willing to pay that price when the time comes?" Before Fineian could respond, a distant sound caught his attention, a familiar but distorted melody like an echo across turbulent waters. It was one of the songs he used to play in the tavern in Dublin, but there was something wrong with it, something that made his mortal heart ache with acute longing. It's the memories of your world calling, Bran explained softly. They will grow fainter with time until they become just whispers in a distant dream. That night, Fineian played until his fingers hurt, trying to capture in music everything he was learning, everything he was becoming. Each note was both a celebration and a lament, both a hug and a goodbye. And as he played, the stars of Tir na Nog danced around him, silent witnesses of his gradual transformation. As the days flowed by in Tir na Nog, Fineian began to notice subtle changes in his surroundings. The silvery trees, once so vibrant, seemed to wither slightly at their ends, and the eternally twilight glow of the sky occasionally flickered like a flickering flame. In his explorations across the kingdom, he found places where magic seemed more tenuous, like frayed fabric about to tear. During one of his storytelling sessions with Midhir, the warrior poet interrupted his narrative of ancient battles when he noticed the bard's worried expression. "You see the signs, don't you?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. "The veil between the worlds is becoming thinner." Fineian nodded, strumming softly on his harp. The notes that once danced in the air like golden sparks now seemed heavier, as if they were fighting an invisible force that was pulling them down. "There's something else going on, besides oblivion, in the mortal world, isn't there?" It was Aine who responded, emerging from the shadows, as was her custom. "There is a growing imbalance. The more the magic weakens here, the stronger the influence of the mortal world becomes. It is as if two opposing tides are fighting for the same space." The bard felt a shiver run down his spine as a realization hit him. "That's why my music has so much power here. It's not just because I carry the old melodies, but because I still have a connection to the mortal world." "Precisely," Neve confirmed, joining the group with her comforting presence. "You exist in a unique state, Fineian, neither fully mortal nor completely transformed by the magic of Tir na Nog. It is this duality that gives your songs their power." In the days that followed, Fineian began experimenting with his music in new ways. He discovered that he could weave melodies that not only told stories, but literally reconstituted the reality around him. A ballad about the first sunrise made the flowers open and the sky shine more brightly. A song about the depths of the ocean created cascades of liquid light that danced in the air. However, each demonstration of this power had its price. After each significant performance, Fineian felt more of his humanity dissolve, like sugar in hot water. His memories of the mortal world were beginning to blur, mixing with the ancient stories he now kept. Sometimes he could no longer tell whether a memory was his own or part of some ancient Ceda narrative. One night, as he walked through the crystalline halls of the palace, he found Bran contemplating an ancient map that seemed to be made of starlight. "Come and see this, chronicler," called the navigator. The map showed not only Tir na Nog, but also the kingdom's connections with other worlds, including the mortal world. "The points where the worlds touch are shrinking," Bran explained, pointing to areas where the map's light flickered faintly. "Once there were hundreds of passages between the realms. Now there are only a few dozen left, and even those are closing." Fineian observed the map with renewed attention, noticing how the lines of force that connected the worlds seemed to pulse in time with the melodies he carried in his heart. What if, he began, an idea forming in his mind, what if we could use music to not only strengthen Tir na Nog, but to reopen those connections? Aina, who had silently materialized beside them, took the suggestion with interest. It would be dangerous, she warned. Opening paths between worlds requires immense power, and the balance is already precarious. But if we do nothing, we'll lose everything anyway, Fineian argued, his hands already moving to his harp. Maybe that's why I was called here, not just to record the stories, but to help reconnect them with the world that has forgotten them. In the days that followed, Fineian worked tirelessly on a new composition, one that intertwined all the stories he had collected with his own memories of the mortal world. It was a delicate task. Each note needed to serve as a bridge, each chord as a pillar supporting the passage between the realms. As he worked, he noticed that his transformation was accelerating. His reflection now showed a being that seemed made of light and shadow, his eyes glowing with the same unearthly fire as the Side. But instead of fear, I felt a strange peace with the change. It was as if every part of his humanity that dissolved was replaced by a deeper understanding of the magic he tried to preserve. One morning, while rehearsing his new composition in the hanging gardens, a disturbing discovery awaited him. One of the silver trees, one of the oldest in the kingdom, had completely turned into ordinary stone. It was an unmistakable sign that time was running out, not just for Tir na Nog, but also for his chance to choose between the worlds. The tree is not dead, Neve explained, touching the petrified trunk. She just forgot how to be magical. That's what's happening to our entire kingdom. Little by little, we're becoming ordinary. That word, ordinary, echoed in Fineian's mind like a warning bell. He finally understood that his mission was not just to preserve the stories of Tir na Nog, but to prevent magic itself from becoming just another forgotten story. And to do that, he would need to find a way to make the extraordinary seem possible again in the world he had left behind. Restlessness grew in Fineian as he perfected his great composition. The notes that once floated freely through the air now seemed denser, as if the music itself was fighting against the weakening magic. In his moments of rest, he observed his hands, which now emitted a soft glow, even when he was not playing his harp. During one of his explorations of the most distant corners of Tir na Nog, Fineian discovered a natural amphitheater formed by ancient crystals. The place seemed to vibrate with its own energy, reacting to your footsteps like plucked strings. It was there that he began to truly understand the power his music could have. This place, explained Midhir, who had silently followed him, was where the first immortal bards sang to maintain the balance between the worlds. Each crystal is a memory, a story preserved in the very fabric of reality. Fineian touched one of the crystals gently, and an ancient melody echoed through the amphitheater, a song about the first meeting between mortals and immortals. The images danced in the air, humans discovering magic, learning to dream, beginning to tell stories around primitive campfires. This is what we must do, Fineian said, his voice carrying a certainty that surprised even himself. This is the place where we can reconnect the worlds. Preparations began immediately. The Side met in council, discussing the risks and possibilities of Fineian's plan. Some, like Aine and Niev, offered their full support. Others expressed concern about the consequences of reopening the old passages. If we fail, warned one of the senior advisors, we may not only hasten the end of Tir na Nog, but also contaminate the mortal world with unstable and dangerous magic. But Fineian remained resolute. For days he worked tirelessly on his composition, weaving into it not only the stories of the immortals, but also fragments of his own mortal life. The lullabies of his childhood, the melodies he played in the tavern, the laughter of children learning music. As the composition took shape, strange events began to occur in Tir na Nog. Long extinct flowers bloomed in the gardens. Legendary creatures unseen for generations emerged from the enchanted forests. It was as if the land itself responded to the promise of renewal. However, the personal price continued to grow. Fineian noticed that he was losing more than just his mortal form. His earliest memories were beginning to fade like dreams at dawn. The face of his mother, the sound of his father's voice, the name of his first love. They were all beginning to blend into the mythical stories that now inhabited his mind. One night, while rehearsing in the amphitheater, Neve found him silently crying, his tears shining like shooting stars. "What are you missing now?" she asked gently. "I don't know," he replied. And that was the scariest part. I can't remember what I'm forgetting anymore. It was Bran who brought a crucial discovery. The navigator had been studying ancient star maps and noticed a pattern. Connections between worlds are stronger during certain alignments, he explained. And one of those moments is approaching, when the stars dance the same dance they danced at the world's first dawn. This revelation gave renewed urgency to preparations. The Sidhe began to gather their remaining magic, channeling it into the amphitheater's crystals. Each immortal contributed their most precious memories, their oldest stories, strengthening the place for what was to come. Fineian spent his final days as a partially mortal being, perfecting every note, every harmony of his great work. The composition had become a living thing, an entity of its own that pulsed with the combined power of two worlds. When he played excerpts from it during rehearsals, the air itself seemed to sing in response. Fineian's transformation accelerated drastically. His body now seemed to be made of a light, only slightly contained by his human form. His songs no longer needed the harp to manifest themselves. All he had to do was think of a melody for it to come to life around him. "You're almost ready," Aina said, watching him with a mixture of admiration and sadness. "But remember, when the time comes, you will have to choose. You will no longer be able to exist between the worlds as you do now." The day before, the big lineup arrived, with an atmosphere of electric anticipation. The sky of Tir na Nog was more alive than ever, dancing with colors that had no name in any mortal tongue. The amphitheater's crystals pulsed with accumulated energy, each singing its own note in the great symphony that was to come. As the Sidhe gathered for the ceremony, Fineian had a moment of crystal clarity. He realized that his journey there had not just been about saving Tir na Nog or preserving their stories. It was about reminding the world of the importance of believing in the impossible, of keeping the ability to dream alive. With his harp in hand, for the last time, as a partially mortal being, Fineian looked up at the sky that was beginning to come into alignment. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, a choice that would change not only his existence, but the destiny of two worlds. Silence fell over the amphitheater as the stars above began their ancient dance. Fineian could feel the power accumulated in the crystals reverberating through his transformed being. His harp, the last physical link to his mortal life, seemed to pulse with a light of its own, responding to the rising energy of the moment. Around him, the Cedia formed a circle, their auras combining into a kaleidoscope of otherworldly colors. Aina was on his right, Midhir on his left, while Neve and Bran occupied positions at the cardinal points of the amphitheater. Each of them emanated a unique frequency that harmonized with the music that was about to be born. Fineian closed his eyes, letting the last memories of his mortal life flow through him. His grandmother's face telling stories by firelight, the smell of beer and wood in the old tavern, the sound of rain in the streets of Dublin. Each memory became a note, a harmony, a chord in the great composition he was about to perform. When his fingers touched the harp strings for the first time that night, it was as if the entire kingdom held its breath. The first notes floated in the air like birds of light, each carrying a fragment of story, a slice of magic. The melody began softly, almost hesitantly, like a stream finding its way between rocks. Gradually, the music grew in complexity and power. The crystals in the amphitheater began to resonate in harmony, each amplifying and transforming the notes into waves of pure energy. The stories that Fineian had collected during his stay in Tir na Nog began to take shape in the air. Ancient warriors, mythical creatures, legendary battles danced amid the light that emanated from his music. The sky above the amphitheater began to transform, the stars pulsing in time to the melody. Fineian could feel the barriers between the worlds growing thinner, like silken veils being lifted by a gentle breeze. His music was now not just sound, it was a living force that wove realities, that built bridges between the possible and the impossible. The city around him began to add their own voices to the composition, each contributing the harmonies that echoed through the ages. The surging power made the very air shimmer, and for a moment Fineian could see through the layers of reality. He glimpsed children in the mortal world stopping to listen to melodies that could not exist, adults feeling goosebumps as they passed through places where magic still lingered. But as power increased, so did resistance. It was as if the very fabric of reality was fighting against the change they were trying to create. Fineian felt an increasing pressure, as if he was trying to move a mountain with just the strength of his music. His hands began to glow with an almost painful intensity, his physical form oscillating between solidity and pure light. It was then that Aine stepped forward, her voice rising above the music in an old chant. "It's time to choose, Fineian," she said, her voice echoing with supernatural power. "You can no longer remain between the worlds. You must decide, return as a mortal or transcend completely." The music faltered for a moment as the realization of what this meant hit him. Returning would mean preserving his mortal memories, his human identity, but he would lose the ability to see and touch magic as he now did. Transcending would mean truly becoming one of the Side, but at the cost of your humanity. In the midst of this moment of decision, a crystal clear memory flashed through his mind, his grandmother on her deathbed, whispering, "Magic never dies, it only changes form." And in that instant, Fineian understood what he needed to do. His hands moved over the harp strings with renewed determination, and the music changed. It was no longer just a bridge between worlds. It was a transformation. Each note carried both his humanity and his newfound magic, fusing them into something entirely new. The power grew to an impossible crescendo, and Fineian felt his being expanding, transforming. I wasn't choosing between being mortal or immortal. I was becoming something that was both and neither. His music was now the very voice of transformation, weaving a new reality where magic did not need to be forgotten for the mortal world to survive. The crystals in the amphitheater began to pulse with an increasingly intense light, and the stars above seemed to dance closer to the earth. The barriers between worlds weren't just opening, they were being rewritten. Magic would no longer need portals or passages. It would exist in mortals' own dreams and stories, more subtle perhaps, but no less real. When the last note sounded, echoing through both worlds, Fineian had become something new, a keeper of stories who could walk between realms not through portals, but through the very stories that were now part of his being. His harp dissolved into light, transforming into part of his very essence. Tir na Nog was changed too. The realm no longer existed, completely separate from the mortal world. Now its stories and magic flowed through dreams, music, and human creativity. Magic had found a new way to survive, no longer dependent on physical barriers or mystical portals. Ina smiled, her face beaming with understanding and approval. "You found a third way," she said. "We no longer need to fear oblivion because now the magic lives on through the stories you helped preserve and transform." Fineian, in his new form, gazed at the two worlds he could now see simultaneously. His music would continue, no longer limited by strings or words, but flowing through the dreams and imaginations of all those who still dared to believe in the impossible. And so, the bard who came to record stories became himself part of the greatest story of all, the story of how magic found a new way to survive in a world that had forgotten how to dream. In a small village on the banks of a serene river lived an old miller with his 3 children. The man didn't have great wealth, but he had enough to support his family with dignity and teach his children important values. When old age finally took its toll, and the miller felt his time was coming to an end, he called his 3 sons to share his modest inheritance. To the eldest son, he left the mill, his main source of income and livelihood. To the middle son, he bequeathed his small flock of sheep and the donkey that helped with the heavy work. And for Lucas, the youngest, only a cat, remained an orange-haired feline that used to hunt mice in the mill. Young Lucas, who had always been kind and optimistic, tried to hide his disappointment at such a modest inheritance, but his heart was heavy with worries about how he would survive from then on. The morning after his father's funeral, as Lucas sat sadly on a tree stump near the mill, contemplating his uncertain future, something extraordinary happened. The cat, which until then had seemed like an ordinary feline, approached, and to the boy's complete astonishment, began to speak in a soft, articulate voice. "My young master, don't look so glum. If you get me a pair of boots and a burlap sack, I promise to turn your fortunes around in a way you never imagined possible." Lucas almost fell off the stump with shock. He rubbed his eyes several times, thinking he was dreaming, or that the sadness of his father's death was affecting his mind. But no, the cat was still there, sitting elegantly with its tail wrapped around its paws, looking at him with its golden eyes full of intelligence. Do you speak?" stammered Lucas, still stunned by the discovery. "Of course," replied the cat, licking a paw with the utmost dignity. "And I can do a lot more than that if you trust me. So what do you say? Can you get the boots and the bag?" Lucas, who had nothing to lose, decided to bet his last coins on the boots the cat was asking for. Using the money he had saved from his occasional jobs in the village, he bought a nice pair of leather boots from the local cobbler and a sturdy burlap sack from the shopkeeper. The cat, who introduced himself as Felix, put on the boots with surprising elegance. It seemed as if they had been made especially for him, and his naturally haughty posture became even more noble. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he bowed gracefully to Lucas. "Now, my dear master, our great adventure will begin. But first I need you to trust me completely. There will be times when my actions may seem strange, or even dubious, but I ask you to keep your faith in me." Lucas, still fascinated by the surreal situation he found himself in, nodded in agreement. What else could he do? His older brother had already taken over the mill, and the middle one had left with the sheep for greener pastures. He was alone in the world, with only a talking cat for a companion. Felix began to explain his plan, and as he spoke, Luke's eyes grew wider and wider. It was a daring plan, bordering on the absurd, but there was something about the cat's confidence that made it seem possible. The feline talked about kings and princesses, about lands and titles of nobility, about a life of luxury and abundance. "But that's crazy," protested Lucas, when Felix had finished explaining his ideas. "I'm just the youngest son of a miller. How can I pass myself off as a nobleman?" "Ah, my young master," purred Felix with a sly smile, "you underestimate the power of presentation and persuasion. Leave that to me. After all, who would suspect the words of a cat in boots who frequents the royal court?" Over the next few days, Felix began to put his plan into action. Every morning, he went out with his burlap sack and returned with gifts for the king: fat hares, juicy partridges, and other noble game. He always presented himself to the court with impeccable elegance, announcing that the gifts had come from his master, the Marquis of Carabas. Lucas, meanwhile, remained hidden, following Felix's instructions to the letter. The cat insisted that the right moment for his presentation at court had not yet arrived. It was first necessary to establish a reputation, to create an aura of mystery and interest around the supposed Marquis. Anticipation My dear Lucas is a powerful tool, explained Felix. The more the king hears about the mysterious Marquis of Carabas, the more eager he will be to meet him. And so, while the cat worked behind the scenes, weaving his web of stories and preparing the ground for his grand plan, Lucas began to learn from his cunning companion. He watched how Felix behaved, his elegant way of speaking, his refined gestures. The cat wasn't just creating an illusion, he was preparing Lucas to live up to it. In the evenings, sitting by the small fireplace in the cottage where they lived, Felix would tell stories about the court, teaching Lucas the customs of the nobility, the correct ways to behave at table, how to bow, and how to address people from different walks of life. The young man absorbed everything with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. "Remember, my boy," said Felix as they walked in the moonlight, planning the next steps in their audacious endeavor. "It's not just a question of looking noble. You have to believe that you are worthy of this new life. True nobility doesn't lie in titles or possessions, but in a person's character and actions." And so, between etiquette lessons and secret preparations, Lucas began to feel a transformation taking place inside him. It wasn't just the knowledge he was acquiring, but a new confidence that was beginning to sprout. Perhaps he thought his father knew exactly what he was doing when he left him that extraordinary cat as an inheritance. As the days turned into weeks, Felix continued his mission to establish the reputation of the fictional Marquis of Carabas at the royal court. The cat had become a well-known figure in the palace, always arriving with exquisite gifts and fascinating stories about his mysterious master. A particularly important morning was approaching, and Felix knew it was time to move forward with his plan. The cat had discovered that the king and his daughter, Princess Helena, used to take a carriage ride along the river on Sundays. This would be the perfect opportunity to introduce Lucas to the royal family. "Tomorrow, my dear Lucas, will be the day we begin the real transformation of your life," announced Felix, adjusting his boots as he explained the plan. "You will have to bathe in the river just as the royal carriage passes. I'll take care of everything else." Lucas, who had learned to trust his feline companion's cunning, agreed, although his stomach churned with nervousness. The next morning, following Felix's instructions, he went to the river, wearing his simplest clothes. The cat, meanwhile, left early to prepare the ground. When the sound of horses' hooves and the wheels of the royal carriage began to approach, Felix came running, shouting in desperation, "Help! Help! The Marquis of Carabas is drowning." The king, immediately recognizing the cat that had brought him so many presents, ordered the carriage to stop. Princess Helena, a young woman of radiant beauty and kind heart, leaned out of the window with concern. The royal guards rushed to the river, where they found Lucas struggling in the water, just as Felix had instructed. After being rescued and brought to shore, Lucas was shivering with cold, but maintained the dignified posture he had practiced for weeks. Felix, playing his part perfectly, lamented, "What a terrible misfortune! Thieves have stolen my master's clothes while he was bathing. What a disgrace to appear before your majesties like this." The king, moved by compassion and intrigued to finally meet the famous Marquis of Carabas, ordered that one of his best suits be brought to the young man. Immediately, Lucas was dressed in clothes befitting a nobleman, and the more he talked to the king the more he was impressed by his education and natural intelligence. Princess Helena couldn't keep her eyes off the young Marquis. There was something about his humility and natural charm that attracted her, something different from the presumptuous nobles she usually met at court. The king, noticing his daughter's interest and already quite taken with the supposed Marquis's personality, invited Lucas to accompany them on their tour. Felix, seeing that everything was going according to plan, ran ahead of the carriage. In every field they passed, he found peasants at work, and using his cunning instructed them, "When His Majesty asks who this land belongs to, say that it belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, or you'll all be turned into mincemeat." The peasants, frightened by the talking cat in boots, obeyed without question. So, every time the king asked about the cultivated land, the vast wheat fields, or the flocks of sheep, he received the same answer: "These lands belong to the Marquis of Carabas, your Majesty." Lucas, inside the carriage, kept up a pleasant conversation with the king and princess, although his heart beat faster every time he heard his false title mentioned. Helena laughed at his heartfelt stories about life in the countryside, while the king was increasingly impressed by the apparent extent of his new friend's holdings. Felix kept running ahead, preparing for each new encounter, each new surprise. The cat knew that the crucial moment of his plan was approaching: the ogre's castle. This was the place he had chosen to be the supposed residence of the Marquis of Carabas. But first he had to deal with its true owner. The castle was imposing, with tall towers rising above the trees, and thick walls that spoke of power and wealth. It was inhabited by a fearsome ogre, known for his magical abilities and violent temper. Felix knew he would have to use all his cunning to conquer this last decisive part of his plan. Approaching the castle gates, the cat adjusted his boots, checked that his appearance was impeccable, and prepared for the confrontation that would define his young master's future. The royal carriage was not far away, and he needed to act quickly. With determined steps, Felix crossed the castle courtyard, his mind already working out the right words to trick the ogre. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the tall windows, and the cat could feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The success of his elaborate plan would depend on the next few minutes. Meanwhile, in the royal carriage, Lucas continued his conversation with the royal family, increasingly at ease in his role, although internally he prayed that his faithful feline friend knew what he was doing. Princess Helena had approached him during the trip, and their fingers occasionally touched, sending shivers of excitement throughout his body. The king, watching the interaction between the young people with approval, was already beginning to make plans in his mind. Such a wealthy, yet modest nobleman would be an excellent match for his daughter. What's more, the extent of the lands they had seen during their tour had made a deep impression on him. The carriage began to climb the hill towards the castle, and Lucas could feel his heart racing. Whatever Felix was planning, it was about to happen. The miller's young son, now dressed like a nobleman, looked out of the window at the looming castle towers, wondering what new trick his cunning feline companion had up his sleeve, or rather inside his boots. Felix entered the ogre's castle with deliberate steps, his boots echoing through the stone corridors. The interior was as grand as it was intimidating, with luxurious tapestries and finely crafted furniture. Following the rumors about the ogre's vanity, the cat knew exactly how to manipulate him. He found the creature sitting on an ornate throne, its sheer size making the furniture seem small in comparison. The ogre, on seeing the cat in boots, let out a thunderous laugh that made the window shake. "What brings such a well-dressed cat to my castle?" asked the ogre, amused by the unusual situation. Felix bowed elegantly before answering, "Your Honor, I have come from distant lands to witness your legendary powers. They say your magic is incomparable, that you can transform yourself into any creature you wish. I confess I have my doubts about such ability." The ogre, touched in his weak spot, stood up indignantly. "You doubt my powers, watch me." In an instant, he transformed into a majestic lion, roaring deafeningly. Felix, keeping his composure, merely arched an eyebrow. "Impressive, no doubt. Transforming yourself into something bigger is relatively simple, but I confess that I doubt you can transform yourself into something small, like a mouse. That would require real mastery." The ogre's wounded pride made him fall straight into the trap. "Ha, watch! Again, insolent cat." The next moment, where a ferocious lion once stood, a small gray mouse was now running. With the agility that only felines possess, Felix leapt on the mouse, catching it in his claws. In a matter of seconds, the problem of the castle's true owner was solved, and the cat ran to greet the approaching royal carriage. Lucas still in the carriage, with the king, and Princess felt his heart leap when he saw Felix standing elegantly on the steps of the castle entrance. The cat flashed a broad smile and announced in his most pompous voice, "Welcome to the castle of the Marquis of Carabas." The king was amazed at the grandeur of the place. The gardens were meticulously tended with marble fountains and delicate sculptures. Princess Helena, for her part, couldn't contain her admiration for both the castle and the young marquise by her side, while servants previously instructed by Felix guided the group through the castle. Lucas tried to keep his composure, even though he was just as impressed as his royal guests. Each hall was more impressive than the last, with valuable paintings, exquisite furniture, and gold details everywhere. During the dinner served in the great hall, Lucas and Helena sat close together, exchanging glances and discreet smiles. The king, pleased with everything he saw, began to make insinuations about possible alliances between the families, causing the princess to blush and Lucas to swallow. Felix watched everything with satisfaction, moving silently among the guests, making sure that every detail was perfect. His plan was working better than he had hoped. However, he knew there was still one obstacle to overcome, keeping up the charade for as long as it took to consolidate Lucas's position. As the evening progressed, Princess Helena found a moment to be alone with Lucas on one of the castle's balconies. Under the starry sky, she approached him, her eyes shining with curiosity and something more. "There's something different about you, Marquise," she said softly. "Something that distinguishes you from all the nobles I've ever met." Lucas felt his heart racing, torn between the desire to be completely honest with her and the fear of losing everything they had achieved. "Maybe it's because I come from more humble origins than you think, Princess." Helena smiled, moving even closer. "That's exactly what attracts me to you. Your humility, your sincerity, even when you're clearly keeping secrets. At that moment, Lucas realized that he was truly in love with the princess, and the weight of the deception began to weigh on his conscience. Felix, who was watching the scene from afar, recognized the conflict on his young master's face and knew that he had to act quickly to ensure that the story had a happy ending. The cat began to work out the final phase of his plan, one that would turn the lie into truth in a way that no one could question. Meanwhile, Lucas and Helena continued their conversation at the bar, sharing dreams and hopes, creating a connection that went beyond titles and social positions. The king, watching the couple from afar, smiled with satisfaction. In his mind, he was already planning a grandiose royal wedding that would unite not only two young people in love, but also two supposedly great fortunes. Little did he know that the real treasure lay not in the lands or the castle, but in the genuine love that blossomed between his daughter and the miller's son. The full moon illuminated the castle as night fell, casting mysterious shadows across the corridors. Felix walked silently, his footsteps muffled by his leather boots, plotting and planning. The cat knew that the crucial moment was approaching, when all the lies would have to become truths, or all would be lost. The next morning, Felix knew he had to act quickly to solidify Lucas's position before any suspicions could arise. The cunning cat had spent the night searching through the castle archives and discovered something extraordinary. The ancient ogre had in fact usurped the castle from its true owners many years ago, and the original ownership documents still existed hidden away in a secret chamber. While Lucas and the royal family had breakfast in the garden, Felix worked tirelessly in the castle cellars, recovering old documents and organizing evidence. The cat knew he needed to transform his young master from an impostor into a legitimate nobleman, and the castle's history could provide that opportunity. Helena, sitting next to Lucas during breakfast, couldn't contain her smiles as she observed the simple and genuine way in which he marveled at the little things, like the taste of an exotic fruit or the song of the birds in the manicured gardens. The king, for his part, continued to be impressed by his future son-in-law's apparent modesty, interpreting every gesture of surprise as a display of refined humility. "My dear Marquis," said the king between sips of his tea, "I must confess that your way of managing your estates is admirable. Your fields are the most prosperous I've ever seen, and your servants seem truly happy." Lucas swallowed dryly, feeling the weight of the lie. But before he could reply, Felix appeared elegantly, carrying a set of ancient documents in his booted paws. "Forgive the intrusion, your majesties," purred the cat with his usual dignity, "but I have discovered something in the castle's old libraries that I believe to be of great historical interest." The king, curious by nature, asked to see the documents. Felix, with all the pomp that the situation demanded, began to unroll parchments yellowed by time. The documents revealed a fascinating story. The castle and the surrounding lands had originally belonged to an ancient and noble family, the real Carabas, who had mysteriously disappeared 2 generations ago. "And the most extraordinary thing, your majesty," continued Felix, his golden eyes shining with cunning, "is that I have found evidence linking our young Marquis to this noble lineage. It seems that his family was forced into hiding, living as ordinary people after the ogre usurped their lands." Lucas looked at his feline companion with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Somehow, Felix was turning his lie into a truth even more extraordinary than the fiction they had created. Princess Helena, who had approached to examine the documents, held Lucas's hand tightly. "That explains so much," she whispered. "The way you behave so different from the other nobles. You were brought up away from it all, unaware of your true heritage." The king studied the documents carefully, occasionally, letting out exclamations of surprise. Felix had done meticulous work, including family trees, property records, and even old correspondence that corroborated his story. "This is extraordinary," the king finally exclaimed. "A true Carabas, returning to claim his rightful inheritance after all this time, and to think that fate brought him back just when that terrible ogre. By the way, where is he?" "Ah, the ogre," replied Felix softly, "decided to leave suddenly last night, leaving a written confession about his illegal usurpation of these lands. I think his conscience has finally caught up with him." Lucas, who was beginning to understand the genius of Felix's plan, felt a wave of gratitude for his cunning friend. The cat wasn't just creating an elaborate lie, it was revealing a long-forgotten truth, and in the process, legitimizing Lucas's position in a way that no one could question. As the day progressed, more details of the story of the real Carabas came to light. Felix had skillfully interwoven historical facts into his narrative, creating a tapestry of events so convincing that even the king's most skeptical advisors were forced to accept its veracity. Helena spent the rest of the day at Lucas's side, helping him to rediscover his family heritage. Every room in the castle took on new meanings as Felix revealed stories about the ancient Carabas, and Lucas found that he could easily embody this new role, not as an imposter, but as someone who had finally found his true place in the world. The king, completely convinced by the story and the documents presented, immediately began making plans for a great celebratory banquet where he would officially announce his daughter's engagement to the rediscovered Marquis of Carabas. "It's like a fairy tale come true," sighed Helena as she walked with Lucas through the gardens at dusk. "A prince disguised as a commoner returning to reclaim his kingdom." Lucas, looking into the princess's eyes, felt that he could finally be completely honest, at least, about his feelings. "The real treasure I have found here is not these lands or this castle," he said softly, "but you, my princess." Felix watched the couple from afar, satisfied with the outcome of his plans. The cat knew that his cunning had not only secured his young master's future, but also provided a happy ending that would benefit everyone. The castle lands would once again prosper under Luke's fair stewardship, and the kingdom would gain a future ruler who understood both the nobility and the common people. In the days that followed, the castle buzzed with preparations for the great celebratory banquet. Luke is now officially recognized as the legitimate Marquis of Carabas, dedicated himself to learning about the administration of his lands, always under the watchful eye and insightful advice of Felix. The cat had become an even more respected figure at court, known not only for his cunning, but also for his wisdom in matters of state. The king's advisors often sought his opinion, and Felix took every opportunity to strengthen his young master's position. One afternoon, while Lucas and Helena were strolling through the fields surrounding the castle, They came across a group of peasants working on the harvest. To the princess's surprise, Lucas didn't hesitate to roll up the sleeves of his thin shirt and join them, demonstrating a skill that could only come from years of practical experience. "You see, my princess," he said, holding up a handful of golden wheat. "This is the true wealth of our land. It's not the gold and jewels of the castle, but the honest work of these people and the fruits that the land gives us." Helena, instead of being scandalized by her fiancé's unconventional behavior, smiled with admiration. "That's why you'll make an even better ruler," she replied. "You understand both the world of nobles and that of ordinary people." Meanwhile, at the castle, Felix was overseeing the preparations for the banquet with his usual efficiency. The cat had insisted on inviting not only the nobility, but also representatives from all the towns and villages in the lands of Carabas. "A true leader," he explained to Luke, "must be recognized and respected by all his subjects, not just the nobles." On the night of the great banquet, the castle glowed with thousands of candles. The halls were decorated with fresh flowers and glittering tapestries, and the tables bowed under the weight of delicacies prepared by the best cooks in the kingdom. Nobles in their finest clothes mingled with villagers in their Sunday best, creating a unique atmosphere of celebration. It was during this feast that something extraordinary happened. An old peasant, on seeing Lucas, approached him with tears in his eyes. "Young Marquis," he said tremulously, "your face is identical to that of the old Lord Carabas, whom I knew in my youth. I was only a boy when the ogre took these lands, but I have never forgotten the kindness of our true lord." The old man's tale spread quickly through the party, and more people began to come forward with similar stories. Memories long buried by fear of the ogre began to emerge, and the history that Felix had discovered in the documents came to life through the testimonies of the elders. Lucas, deeply touched by these stories, felt even more determined to honor the legacy that now truly belonged to him. It was no longer a question of maintaining a farce. It was about doing justice to a history that fate had intertwined with his own. The king, observing all this, called Luke and Helen to the center of the hall. In his strong, clear voice, he officially announced the engagement, but he did something more. He declared that after the wedding, the lands of Carabas would be elevated to the status of a duchy in recognition of their historical importance and the noble character of their current lord. Felix, sitting in his place of honor at the head table, allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. His initial plan of simple deception had turned into something much bigger and more significant. Through their cunning and Luke's natural kindness, they had not only conquered a castle, but restored an ancient injustice and brought hope to an entire region. When the party reached its climax, Luke asked for a moment of silence. In front of all the guests, he knelt not before the king or the princess, but before Felix. "My faithful friend," he declared in an embarrassed voice, "you are not just a cat with extraordinary boots, but the wisest advisor anyone could wish for. From this day on, you will no longer be known simply as the Puss in Boots, but as Lord Felix, first counselor of the Duchy of Carabas." The hall erupted in applause, and even the most traditionalist nobles had to admit that there was something especially fitting about seeing such an extraordinary cat given an official title. Helena, with tears of joy in her eyes, hugged Lucas, whispering, "You've just proved, once again, why I love you so much." In the years that followed, the Duchy of Carabas became known throughout the kingdom as a place of prosperity and justice. Lucas and Helena ruled with wisdom and compassion, always advised by the perceptive Lord Felix, who continued to wear his famous boots across the land, ensuring that everyone was treated fairly. And so, what began as a simple inheritance, a cat left to a miller's youngest son, became a story of love, justice, and redemption. Felix had not only changed his young master's fate, but had helped create a legacy that would be remembered for generations. On winter evenings in front of the castle fireplace, Lucas and Helena told this story to their children, while Felix, comfortably settled on his velvet cushion, purred contentedly. The cat knew that his greatest cunning was not in deceiving a king or defeating an ogre, but in recognizing and nurturing the true nobility that always existed in the heart of a simple miller's son. The noise of the small boat's engine cut through the silence of the Amazonian night as Dr. Helena Santos navigated the meanders of the Rio Negro. The light of the full moon illuminated their path, reflecting off the dark waters like a silver mirror. At age 35, this renowned botanist had dedicated her life to the study of aquatic plants, but nothing in her extensive career had prepared her for what she was about to discover. His assistant, Marco Oliveira, a young 25-year-old biologist, born and raised in Manaus, adjusted the measuring equipment on deck. "Dr. Helena, we are approaching the coordinates that the fisherman gave us," he said, consulting the GPS. Helena nodded, her sharp eyes scanning the water's surface for any unusual signs. 3 weeks earlier, a local fisherman had approached the Amazon Research Institute with a story that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. He spoke of water lilies that glowed with a bluish light during full moon nights. At first, everyone dismissed his account as a fanciful story, but something about the precision of the details and the man's conviction caught Helena's attention. The boat glided smoothly between the partially submerged trees. Typical of the Amazon floodplain, the air was thick with the characteristic humidity of the forest, and the night sounds created a natural symphony of crickets and frogs. Suddenly, Marco pointed to something ahead. "There!" he exclaimed, almost dropping his gear in excitement. Helena directed the boat to where her assistant was pointing, and as they approached, her breath caught in her throat. Among the enormous circular leaves of conventional water lilies, a few plants gave off a soft, almost ethereal glow. It was as if little stars had fallen from the sky and found refuge in the waters of the river. "This is impossible," Helena muttered, already reaching for her collection kit. With years of fieldwork experience, his movements were precise and methodical, but his hands shook slightly as he collected samples of the luminescent plant. Marco photographed and filmed everything, documenting the extraordinary phenomenon. As they worked, a different sound caught their attention. It was the smooth glide of a traditional indigenous canoe. An elderly man with sharp features and gray hair emerged from the darkness. His name was Kawa, as they later discovered, and he was the shaman of the Tupi village who had inhabited that region for generations. You found the flowers of the moon, he said in clear, though heavily accented Portuguese. Our people have protected them for centuries. Helena and Marco looked at each other, surprised not only by the man's appearance, but also by the fact that this phenomenon was known to someone. Kao explained that luminescent plants were considered sacred by his people, a bridge between the material and spiritual world. According to him, only a few chosen people could see its glow, and its most intense appearance during the full moon was a sign of great changes to come. Helena tried to process all the information while continuing her collections. As a scientist, his mind sought rational explanations for the phenomenon. Bioluminescence was not uncommon in nature, but it had never been documented in water lilies. Furthermore, the relationship with the phases of the moon suggested an even more complex and unexplained mechanism. You must come with me, said Kao, his voice carrying a veiled urgency. There's a lot more they need to know. Helena hesitated. Her scientific training made her want to continue with her collections and analyses. But something in the shaman's eyes intrigued her deeply. Marco, who had grown up hearing the stories and legends of the forest, seemed less skeptical. Dr. Helena, I think we should go. Maybe traditional knowledge can help us better understand this phenomenon. After a few moments of reflection, Helena agreed. They carefully stored the collected samples and followed Kao's canoe through a narrow channel that opened through dense vegetation. The path was lit only by the moon and the occasional glow of mysterious water lilies. As they sailed, Helena couldn't help but think about how this discovery could change everything they knew about aquatic plants and bioluminescence. But there was something more, something she couldn't explain rationally, a feeling that she was about to discover something that went far beyond the science she knew. The village gradually came into view in front of them, small firelights dotting the riverbank, traditional houses built on stilts to cope with the river's floods, formed a semicircle around a central area. Even at that time of night, some people were awake, as if waiting for his arrival. A young woman, who would later know her name as Yara, came to welcome them at the small port. She was Kawa's granddaughter, and like him, spoke Portuguese fluently. In addition to being an important guardian of her people's traditional knowledge about the region's plants, you have arrived at an important moment, said Yara, leading them to one of the larger houses. The moonflowers are brighter than we've seen them in generations. Our elders say it's a sign. Helena felt she was about to embark on a journey that would change not only her scientific understanding, but also her worldview. The samples in her collection bag seemed to pulse gently, as if responding to the proximity of the village, and she wondered if she was truly prepared for the revelations that were to come. Marco organized his equipment, preparing to document everything he could. But Helena noticed that his assistant was less focused on the scientific aspects and more absorbed by the mystical atmosphere of the place. Maybe he was right. Maybe some things couldn't be explained by science alone. The night promised to be long, and as Helena watched Kao prepare what seemed to be a welcome ritual, she knew that her life as a scientist and as a person was about to change forever. The mystery of the luminescent water lilies was just the beginning of something much bigger, something that connected the natural world with the supernatural in ways she couldn't yet imagine. The interior of the communal house was lit by small lamps that created dancing shadows on the thatched walls. Helena and Marco were invited to sit on hand-woven mats, while Kawo and Yara prepared traditional tea on a small stove. The aroma of wild herbs filled the room, mixing with the soft smoke that escaped through an opening in the ceiling. The flowers of the moon, began Kawo, serving the tea in small ceramic bowls, have appeared in our history for as many generations as the stars in the sky. His deep voice carried the weight of his people's oral tradition. They are messengers between our world and the world of spirits. Helena held the hot gourd between her hands, observing the dark liquid that emanated a slightly bluish glow, similar to that of the water lilies they had found. This tea, she started to ask, but Yara got ahead of her. It's made with a small part of the moonflowers, explained the young woman. It helps us see beyond what our eyes can normally see. Helena hesitated for a moment, her scientific instinct warning her about the risks of ingesting an unknown substance. However, something in Yara's serene gaze reassured her. Marco had already taken a sip, his eyes widening at the sensation. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted, he commented, his voice mixing surprise and admiration. Helena finally brought the gourd to her lips. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, with herbaceous notes and a hint of natural sweetness. As the tea warmed her body, Helena began to notice subtle changes in her perception. The colors seemed more vivid, the sounds of the forest clearer, and there was a sense of deep connection with the environment around you. Kawam began to tell the story of his people and their relationship with luminescent plants. A long time ago, he narrated, our ancestors lived in a world where there was no separation between the natural and the spiritual. Everything was connected, and our people could walk freely between the two realities. The moonflowers were the portals that allowed this passage. Yara continued the story, but as time went by, men began to move away from this connection. The spiritual world became more distant, and only a chosen few maintained the ability to see and interact with it. The moonflowers began to appear less and less until they became as rare as they are today. Helena listened intently, her scientific mind trying to reconcile this information with her botanical knowledge. But why are they glowing more brightly now? She asked, feeling an extraordinary clarity of mind. There is an ancient prophecy, replied Kawo, his eyes fixed on the flames of the stove. When the moonflowers shine in full force for 3 full moons in a row, it will be a sign that the worlds are ready to reconnect. But this can only happen if we find the right guardians to protect this knowledge. Marco, who had remained silent, documenting everything on his tablet, asked, and do you think that Dr. Helena, it's no coincidence that you can see the brightness of the flowers, interrupted Yara, looking directly at Helena. Many scientists have passed through these waters, but only you have been able to perceive its light. This means something important. Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. The implications of what he was hearing were enormous, not just for science, but for his understanding of reality as a whole. Her collected samples, stored carefully in her bag, seemed to pulse more intensely now, as if responding to the conversation. There's one more thing you need to know, said Kawo, slowly getting up. The moonflowers are not the only guardians of the forest's secrets. There are other signs, other plants and creatures that are part of this sacred web, and not everyone who seeks this knowledge has good intentions. As if to emphasize his words, a distant engine noise cut through the silence of the night. Yara and Kauwo exchanged worried looks. "They're coming back," Yara murmured. The secret hunters, Helena and Marco, looked at each other, realizing that they had been drawn into something much bigger than a simple scientific discovery. The sound of the engine approached, and Kauwo quickly turned off the lamps, leaving only the moonlight that entered through the cracks in the house. "You need to see one more thing before they arrive," whispered Kauwo, guiding them to a door at the back of the house. "Something that will explain why your presence here is so important." As they followed the shaman through a narrow forest path, Helena realized that her life had reached a point of no return. The science she knew was about to meet ancestral knowledge that defied her entire academic training, and somehow, she knew this meeting was exactly what was destined to happen. The sound of the engine now echoed closer, mixing with the nighttime noises of the forest, but Kawa led them deeper and deeper into the forest, where the flowers of the moon were not the only mysteries waiting to be revealed. The night still held many secrets, and Helena was about to discover that her role in this story was much greater than she could have imagined. Kawa guided Helena and Marco along an almost imperceptible path through the dense vegetation, while the sound of the engine became more distant. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, creating mysterious patterns on the forest floor. The effect of the tea still remained, sharpening their senses and allowing them to notice details that would normally go unnoticed. After a few minutes of walking, they came to a small clearing where several different plants were growing in a circular pattern that seemed deliberately organized. In the center, there was a small natural lake, and on its banks, other species of water lilies glowed with different colors than they had seen before. Some emanated a soft golden hue, others a deep purple. "This is our sacred garden," explained Yara, who had silently followed them. "Here we cultivate different variations of moonflowers. Each color represents a different connection with the spiritual world." Helena approached the lake, amazed. Her scientific training immediately began to catalog the morphological differences between plants, but there was something else going on. She could feel an energy emanating from them, something that defied rational explanation. "Secret hunters," Cowan continued, his deep voice thick with concern, "are people who have discovered part of the truth about the moonflowers. They want to use their power for their own ends, without understanding the delicate balance that keeps the worlds separate." Marco, who was discreetly photographing the plants with his cell phone, asked, "Who are they exactly?" "A mix of smugglers, pseudoscientists, and people hungry for power," replied Yara. "Some work for big pharmaceutical companies, others for private collectors, but they all pose a threat to sacred knowledge." While they were talking, Helena noticed something extraordinary. Small lights, similar to fireflies, began to emerge from the flowers, but they weren't insects. They were luminous manifestations that danced across the surface of the water, forming complex patterns. "They are the guardian spirits," whispered Kawo. "They appear only to those who are ready to receive knowledge." Helena reached out her hand, and one of the lights gently landed on her palm, sending a feeling of warmth and peace through her body. Suddenly, a sound of breaking branches alerted them. It wasn't the sound of the engine from before, but of people moving through the forest. They found a way to get there by land, Yara murmured, worried. Kawa quickly led the group to a camouflaged structure near the lake, a small hut built to blend in with the vegetation. Inside, there were several ancient artifacts, handwritten books, and, surprisingly, some modern scientific equipment. This is our study center, Yara explained as she carefully closed the door. Here, we try to unite traditional knowledge with modern science, but we need someone who can truly understand both sides. Helena examined the manuscripts. They were detailed records about the flowers of the moon, combining scientific observations with spiritual knowledge. Some dated back hundreds of years, written in different languages and notation systems. That's why you were chosen, Helena, said Kawa. You have scientific knowledge, but also the sensitivity to understand what is beyond science. The prophecy speaks of a bridge between worlds, someone who can translate ancestral knowledge into modern language without losing its sacred essence. The sound of voices approached, and everyone fell silent. Through small gaps in the cabin wall, they could see lanterns cutting through the darkness of the forest. Helena counted at least 5 people moving in an organized manner, as if they were looking for something specific. They can't find this place, Yara whispered. If they discover the sacred garden. His voice trembled slightly, making the gravity of the situation clear. Marco, who was examining the scientific equipment, found something interesting. An old diary with the name Dr. Thomas Barrett on the cover. Who is he? He asked softly. The last scientist who was close to uniting the two worlds, replied Cowo. He disappeared 20 years ago, after secret hunters discovered his research. Helena quickly leafed through the diary, finding notes that combined chemical formulas with descriptions of indigenous rituals. It was exactly the kind of bridge between worlds she was destined to build. The flashlights passed dangerously close to the cabin. Everyone held their breath, but the invaders continued on their way, apparently without noticing the camouflaged structure. However, they were heading directly towards the lake with the moonflowers. We need to do something, said Helena, feeling a responsibility that went beyond her scientific mission. We cannot let them disturb this sacred place. Yara nodded, taking out several small vials containing a glowing liquid from an old chest. This is concentrated essence from moonflowers, she explained. We use it in important rituals, but it can also serve as a distraction. Kawo immediately understood the plan. With silent movements, he began to distribute the vials among them. Spread out through the forest, he instructed. When I give the signal, break the jars in different directions. The light will attract them away from the lake. Helena held her vial, feeling the power contained in the luminescent liquid. It was time to definitively choose your side in this story. The rational scientist or the guardian of ancestral knowledge. Looking at the moonflowers through the crack in the cabin, she realized that she didn't need to choose. Her role was exactly to be the bridge between these two worlds. The invaders approached the sacred lake, while Helena, Marco, Kawo, and Yara strategically positioned themselves in the forest. With bottles of luminous essence in hand, they awaited the shaman's signal. Helena could feel her heart beating faster, not from fear, but from a strange certainty that this was her destiny. Kawa's first whistle, soft as the song of a night bird, was the signal. Helena smashed her flask against a distant tree, releasing an intense bluish light. Almost simultaneously, golden and purple lights appeared at different points in the forest, creating a hypnotic spectacle. "Over there, look!" shouted one of the invaders, and the group quickly split up, running towards the different lights. The plan was working, but Helena knew it was only a temporary solution. While the secret hunters dispersed, she took the opportunity to return to the study cabin. Inside the shelter, Helena began to examine Dr. Barrett's diary in more detail. His notes revealed a deep understanding of the connection between science and spirituality. On one particular page, he found a chemical formula, along with a detailed drawing of the moonflower's luminescence pattern. Dr. Barrett was close to something revolutionary, muttered Marco, who had returned silently. "Look at this." He pointed to a series of equations that described how plants' bioluminescence intensified not only with a full moon, but also in response to certain sound frequencies, the same ones used in the tribe's ritual chants. Yara joined them, her eyes shining with recognition. "Our ancestors always knew that singing had power over flowers, but seeing this explained in your scientific language," she smiled, understanding the importance of that discovery. A distant scream cut through the night. One of the invaders had found something. Helena and the others rushed to the cabin's entrance, fearing that the sacred garden had been discovered. However, what they saw was even more surprising. The moonflowers themselves were reacting to the intruder's presence. The plants began to emit a pulsating glow, increasingly intense, creating waves of light that spread across the surface of the lake. The guardian spirits, which had previously danced gently over the water, now formed a luminous barrier, preventing invaders from approaching. "It's their natural defense," explained Kawo, who had returned. "The moonflowers protect themselves and sacred knowledge, but that also means they recognize the danger these men pose." Helena watched in fascination as the lights intensified. Her scientific training began to hypothesize how plants could detect and respond to threats, but at the same time, she understood that there was something deeper going on, something that transcended purely scientific explanations. "We need to document this," said Marco, already preparing his equipment. But before he could start filming, one of the intruders spotted him. "Hey, there's someone else here," shouted the man, pointing his flashlight in their direction. Helena quickly pulled Marco behind a large tree, while Yara and Kawo disappeared silently into the vegetation. The invaders began to regroup, moving towards him. Helena could see that they were well-equipped men, some carrying backpacks that probably contained gathering equipment. But what worried her most was recognizing the logo of a major pharmaceutical company on some of their uniforms. "They work for Pharmatech," she whispered to Marco. "It's one of the biggest biotechnology companies in the world." His mind quickly connected the dots. Pharmatech had recently announced a research program on bioluminescent plants from the Asaros Amazon. As the invaders approached, something extraordinary began to happen. The glow of the moonflowers, which was already intense, began to spread through the surrounding vegetation. Other plants began to emit light, creating a luminous circle that gradually expanded. That's what was in Dr. Barrett's notes, Helena murmured, remembering a specific excerpt from the diary. He described how bioluminescence could propagate between different plant species at times of great spiritual energy. The invaders stopped, clearly disturbed by the phenomenon. Some began to retreat, but others advanced with more determination, pulling out collection equipment. "We can't let them take any samples," said Yara, who had reappeared beside them. "If they can study flowers in the laboratory, they wouldn't understand," added Helena. "Their science would only see the surface, not the true essence." She knew she was right. The moonflowers were not just a biological phenomenon, but part of a complex system that bridged the natural with the spiritual. Kao appeared on the other side, carrying something in his hands. It was a small ritual drum. "It's time to use the knowledge of both worlds," he said, handing the instrument to Helena. The right notes, at the right frequency. Helena understood immediately. Dr. Barrett's notes on sound frequencies, combined with traditional ritual knowledge. She positioned the drum and began to play gently, following the rhythm she had seen described in the diary. The effect was immediate. The moonflowers responded to the music, their glow pulsing in sync with the beats. The guardian spirits began to dance more quickly, creating complex patterns of light that were reflected in the waters of the lake. The invaders stopped, mesmerized by the spectacle. Some dropped their equipment, others simply stood still. The drum music, combined with the light of the flowers, created an experience that transcended normal understanding. "It's working," Marco whispered, still discreetly filming. "But for how long?" Helena continued playing, knowing that this was just the beginning of a long journey. The encounter between science and tradition, between the material and the spiritual world, was just beginning, and she, somehow, had become a centerpiece of this meeting. The rhythmic beat of the drum continued to echo through the forest. As Helena kept her gaze fixed on the moonflowers, the invaders, still transfixed by the spectacle of light and sound, slowly began to retreat. However, one of them, a tall man wearing a lab coat with the Pharmatech logo, stood firm, his eyes revealing a disturbing determination. "This won't keep us long," he said, his voice cutting through the music. "We have direct orders from the council. These plants are too valuable to be left in the hands of—" He hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the group with disdain. Helen kept playing, but something was changing. The moonflowers began to emit a new pattern of light, more intense and complex than before. The guardian spirits, which until then danced on the water, began to multiply, filling the air with thousands of luminous points. "Dr. Mitchell," Marco exclaimed suddenly, recognizing the man in the lab coat. "Weren't you one of the university's leading ethnobotany researchers?" The man turned to Marco, a bitter smile on his face. "I still am, young man, but I've learned that some discoveries are too valuable to share with the academic world. Pharmatech understands the true potential of these plants." Cowon took a step forward, his presence emanating an ancient authority. "You talk about potential, but you don't understand that the true power of the moonflowers is not in their chemical composition, but in the harmony between the worlds they represent." As they talked, Helena noticed something extraordinary happening to the plants. The glow was focusing on patterns that resembled symbols, the same ones she had seen in Dr. Barrett's notes. It was as if the flowers themselves were trying to communicate something. Yara, who had also noticed the symbols, began to hum softly, her voice blending with the sound of the drum. The luminous symbols began to move, forming a kind of dance in the air. Helena recognized some of them from the ancient prophecies mentioned in the manuscripts. "It's happening," Yara whispered. "The reconnection of the worlds." Dr. Mitchell and his men watched in astonishment as the phenomenon intensified. The lights now formed a kind of portal over the lake, reflecting in the dark waters and creating a kaleidoscopic effect of colors and shapes. Helena felt a familiar energy course through her body, the same one she had experienced when drinking the moonflower's tea. But now, she was stronger, more focused. Her hands continued to beat the drum, but the rhythm seemed to come from somewhere beyond herself. "The plants are responding to the music in a way I've never seen before," said Marco, still documenting everything. "It's as if each beat of the drum creates a new wave of energy through them." Dr. Mitchell took a step toward the lake, his scientific fascination momentarily overcoming his greed. "Bioluminescence is behaving in a completely novel way. This could revolutionize our understanding of plant-to-plant communication." "It's more than that," Helena interrupted, without stopping playing. "It's proof that there is a deep connection between all living things, something that modern science is only beginning to understand." The lights continued to intensify, and now other plants in the forest were beginning to emit their own soft glow. It was as if all the vegetation was responding to the call of the moon flowers, creating a luminous network that stretched across the forest. Dr. Mitchell looked at his men, who seemed increasingly uncomfortable with the situation. Some had already lowered their weapons and equipment, completely mesmerized by the spectacle. "You don't understand," he tried to argue one last time. "We could develop new medicines, new technologies. The commercial potential is immense." "True potential," Helena replied, her voice carrying a certainty that surprised even herself, "lies in learning to respect and preserve that knowledge, not in exploiting it." At that moment, something extraordinary happened. The waters of the Iadorpo lake began to move in circular patterns, and from the center emerged a luminous figure. It was like seeing a water lily transform into pure light. The guardian spirits danced around him, creating a scene of indescribable beauty. Dr. Mitchell and his men finally retreated, realizing they were faced with something far greater than they could comprehend or control. One by one, they began to withdraw until only the scientist remained. "This isn't over," he said, but his voice had lost its previous conviction. "Pharmatech will not give up easily." "Neither do we," replied Kawang calmly. "The flowers of the moon will always have their guardians, both in the material and spiritual worlds." When the last invader finally disappeared into the darkness of the forest, Helena felt like she could stop playing. The plants' glow gradually dimmed, returning to their natural state of soft luminescence. But something had fundamentally changed that night. "What happens now?" asked Marco, finally putting down his camera. Helena looked at the flowers of the moon, then at Kawo and Yara, and finally at her own hands, which were still holding the ritual drum. Now, she said, we begin the real work of building a bridge between worlds, not just between science and tradition, but between all the knowledge that helps us understand and protect life. Iara smiled, placing a hand on Helena's shoulder. And you will not be alone on this journey. The prophecy spoke of a time when the worlds would reconnect, but it also spoke of the guardians who would make it possible. The sun was beginning to rise over the horizon, its first lights mixing with the remaining glow of the moonflowers. It was the beginning of a new day, but also the beginning of a new era, one in which ancient knowledge and modern science could finally work together to protect the mysteries and wonders of nature. In the depths of time, when the world was still young and the boundaries between heaven and water were less defined, there was a vast expanse of ocean that stretched endlessly in all directions. Above it, suspended between silvery clouds and swirls of celestial light, hovered the kingdom of heaven, where the people of heaven lived in harmony, cultivating luminous trees and harvesting stars as if they were ripe fruit. Among the inhabitants of the kingdom of heaven lived Ayonwatha, a young woman with a restless spirit and insatiable curiosity. Her long black hair danced in the wind as she walked through the heavenly gardens, always wondering what lay beyond the borders of her world. A few moons pregnant, Ayonwatha carried in her womb not only a new life, but also the weight of a destiny that would forever change the history of two worlds. On that particular morning, while picking heavenly flowers for a ritual of thanksgiving, Ayonwatha noticed something different. An ancient, sacred tree, which had provided sustenance for her people for generations, began to lean dangerously. Its roots, once firmly anchored in the heavenly soil, were now gradually loosening, creating an opening that was growing larger by the moment. Moved by her curious nature, Ayonwatha approached to examine the phenomenon. It was then that fate decided to weave its mysterious paths. As she leaned over to get a better look at the opening, Ayonwatha lost her balance. In an instant that seemed eternal, her body broke through the veil between the worlds, and she began her fall towards the vast ocean below. In the deep waters, the aquatic inhabitants noticed the disturbance on the surface. Great otters emerged, first, their watchful eyes fixed on the figure descending from the heavens. Silver salmon leapt from the waves, creating glittering arcs that reflected the sunlight, and moving slowly through the currents, an ancient turtle observed everything. With millennial wisdom, Ayonwatha's impact with the water was cushioned by a group of beavers who quickly formed a protective circle around her. As she struggled to stay afloat, the marine animals held an emergency council. The great otter, with his melodious voice echoing over the waters, was the first to speak. We can't let her and her child get lost in the waters. We need to create a safe place. The animals tried, one after the other, to dive into the depths of the ocean to search for land at the bottom. The otters, with their natural agility, were the first, but they returned without success. The beavers, master builders, also tried, but the pressure of the depths was too great. Even the salmon, accustomed to great crossings, were unable to reach the bottom of the ocean. It was then that the ancient turtle, who until then had watched silently, swam up to Ionwatha. Its shell was as vast as an island and marked by patterns reminiscent of ancient stories written in the stone itself. With a voice that carried the weight of the ages, she spoke, "Rest on my back, daughter of heaven, and as for the land we need, perhaps it needs to be a shared task." Ionwatha, exhausted and drenched, accepted the turtle's invitation. As she rested on the ancient shell, a small water bird, the merganser, timidly approached. With his soft voice, almost a whisper, he offered, "I'm small, and I may not look strong, but I know the currents, and I can dive deep. Let me try." The other animals, although skeptical, agreed. The greba filled his lungs with air and dived into the depths of the ocean. Seconds turned into minutes, and the minutes seemed to stretch on indefinitely. When many feared for the little bird, it emerged, almost lifeless, but with a small handful of earth in its beak. With trembling hands, Ionwatha took the precious earth and, following an ancient intuition that seemed to come from his own celestial blood, began to spread it over the turtle's shell. To everyone's amazement, the earth began to multiply, expanding like waves on a calm lake. First, a small island formed, no bigger than a bird's nest. But as Ionwatha continued his work, spreading the earth with circular movements and chanting ancient songs of the people of heaven, the island grew. Mountains began to rise, valleys formed, and rivers cut paths through the newly created land. The marine animals, amazed by the transformation, began to contribute too. Beavers used their skills to create lakes and dams. Otters dug channels that turned into meandering rivers, and salmon established the first migratory routes through the newly formed waterways. As the land expanded, new beings began to emerge from it. Tiny green shoots broke through the soil, turning into majestic trees. Flowers of all colors painted the newborn fields, and the wind, which had previously only known the waves of the ocean, now danced among the leaves and branches. Ionwatha, still sheltered in the shell of the great tortoise, felt her child moving in her womb, as if responding to the magic of creation happening around her. She knew in her heart that this new world she was helping to create would be home not only to her son, but to countless generations to come. Night fell over the new land, the first night that soil would ever know. The stars, which Ionwatha had once harvested like fruit in the kingdom of heaven, now shone distantly in the firmament, like lanterns guiding the way to a future that was still uncertain. The great turtle, steadfast in its divine mission, continued its slow and steady movement across the waters, carrying on its back not just an island, but the beginning of a new story. As the first rays of sunlight touched the newly created land, Ionwatha watched in amazement as life began to flourish around her. From the damp earth, tiny insects emerged, buzzing and dancing in the morning air. Birds, attracted by the new land, began to land on the young trees, bringing with them seeds from faraway places in their feathers and beaks. The great turtle, ever wise and patient, continued its gentle movement across the waters, while Ionwatha felt a deep connection developing with this new world. Her belly, now more prominent, seemed to pulsate in tune with the very earth that was growing beneath her feet. Little by little, other animals began to appear, some emerged from the waters, like the otters that decided to explore the newly formed rivers. Others seemed to materialize from the earth itself, like the deer that emerged timidly from the shadows of the first forests. Huge bears emerged from the caves that formed in the young mountains, and wolves began to howl at the moon, creating the earth's first songs. Ionwatha, guided by her heavenly intuition, began to walk around the sprawling island, her bare feet connecting with each new territory that formed. Where her tears of longing for the kingdom of heaven fell, crystal clear lakes were born. Where his fingers touched the earth, multicolored flowers sprang up instantly. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into moons. Ionwatha's belly grew along with the earth, and she began to realize that her child would not only be a child of the sky people, but also a child of this new land. The stories of her people, which had previously spoken only of the stars and the celestial wind, now mingled with the whispers of the trees and the murmur of the streams. One morning, while picking berries near a newly formed stream, Ionwatha came across an ancient otter, different from the others he had met. Its eyes carried an ancient wisdom, and its silver fur shone with a light of its own. "Daughter of heaven," said the elder otter, "you did not fall by chance. Your destiny was intertwined with this land long before your fall." The elder otter shared ancient stories with Ionwatha, speaking of a time when heaven and earth were closer, when spirits walked freely between the worlds. She taught Ionwatha about the healing properties of the plants that were born, how to read the signs of the wind, and how to understand the language of animals. As her knowledge grew, Ionwatha began to establish rituals that honored both her heavenly heritage and her new connection to the earth. She created ceremonies to thank the great turtle for his continued sacrifice, celebrations to mark the changing of the seasons, and rituals to honor the animal spirits who helped maintain the balance of the new world. The Greba, who had become a constant companion, brought news from the deep waters. He spoke of other beings, curiously observing the growth of the island, of ancient creatures of the deep who sensed the changes in the ocean currents, and of how the sea itself seemed to dance in harmony with the new land. One night, during a particularly bright full moon, Ionwatha sat on the edge of a newly formed cliff, gazing out over the infinite ocean. The great turtle, sensing his melancholy, partially emerged from the waters. "Your sadness echoes across the waters," she said in her ancient voice. "But remember, each world carries within it the seeds of other worlds. The kingdom of heaven now lives on through you and the land you helped to create." Inspired by these words, Ionwatha began to weave stories that connected heaven and earth. She told the animals about the dances of the stars in the kingdom of heaven, while teaching the birds songs she had learned in her celestial childhood. In return, the inhabitants of the new land shared their own knowledge with her, the patterns of the rain clouds, the cycle of the tides, the exact moment when certain flowers opened to the sun. The island continued to grow, stretching out in all directions. Majestic mountains rose on the horizon, their rocky faces sculpted by the winds and rain. Deep valleys formed, sheltering ancient forests that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, even though they were as young as the island itself. In his daily explorations, Ayonwatha discovered deep caves that seemed to whisper secrets from the center of the earth, vast prairies where the wind danced with the tall grass, and mysterious swamps where strange lights glowed at night. Each new territory brought with it its own guardians and stories. The animals, realizing the importance of their role in this new world, began to organize themselves into communities. Beavers built dams that created new habitats for fish and waterfowl. Wolves established territories that helped maintain the balance of deer populations. The newly arrived bees began their tireless work of pollination, allowing new plant species to flourish. Ayonwatha watched all this with a mixture of admiration and responsibility. She knew that her son would be born into a world of infinite possibilities, a place where heaven and earth met not just in stories, but in the very essence of every living being. As the moons passed, the world on the great turtle's shell continued its constant transformation. Ayonwatha, whose womb now carried a life about to be born, felt a profound change in her very being. His senses, already heightened by his celestial origin, became even more sensitive to the web of life forming around him. One particularly significant morning, while walking near a new grove of silver birch trees, Ayonwatha noticed that the trees were whispering differently. The wind carried ancient messages, and she could sense that something important was about to happen. The animals also seemed restless, moving with unusual energy. The elder otter appeared silently beside her, his wise eyes shining with ancient knowledge. "The time draws near," she said, her voice mingling with the murmur of the nearby stream. "Your son will not only be an heir to the kingdom of heaven, but also a guardian of this new land." That night, as the stars danced in the firmament, Ayonwatha felt the first contractions. The animals, sensing the importance of the moment, began to gather in a protective circle around her. The great turtle partially emerged from the waters, creating a small protected bay where the birth could take place safely. The otters brought soft moss to create a comfortable nest, while the beavers quickly built a shelter with twigs and leaves to protect Ayonwatha from the night serene. The merganser, faithful as ever, dived into the depths to search for luminescent pearls that softly illuminated the place. Throughout the night, as Ayonwatha worked to bring her son into the world, the earth itself seemed to respond. Night flowers opened, releasing soothing fragrances, and a soft aurora borealis danced in the sky, as if the kingdom of heaven were sending its own blessing. Finally, with the first rays of the sun, a loud cry cut through the morning air. Ayonwatha's son was born, a boy with eyes that reflected both the brilliance of the stars and the depth of the ocean. She named him Ayonhoka, which means he who unites the worlds. The days that followed were ones of great celebration. Each animal species brought unique gifts for the newborn. The birds offered their most beautiful feathers. The bears brought golden honey, and the foxes taught him his first lullabies. As Ayonhoka grew, the island continued to expand. New creatures emerged from the waters and the land, each finding their place in the delicate balance of the world. Ayonwatha watched her son develop extraordinary abilities. He could talk to animals from his earliest days, and where his little feet touched, medicinal plants sprouted instantly. The great turtle, who continued her constant movement carrying the world on her back, became a mentor to young Ayanhoka. During the evenings, she shared ancient stories about the time before time when the elements were still learning to dance together. One day, while Ayanhoka was playing on the beach with otter cubs, he made a surprising discovery. His small hands, playing in the sand, discovered strange patterns that shone with a light of their own. Ayonwatha recognized them immediately. They were celestial writings, marks left by the people of heaven long before their fall. This discovery led to a new understanding of the island's nature. It wasn't just a new creation, but a place where old memories and new possibilities were constantly intertwining. Ayonwatha began to teach his son both the traditions of the kingdom of heaven and the new knowledge he had acquired on earth. The seasons began to establish themselves more clearly. The first winter arrived, bringing soft snow, transforming the Iya landscape into a shimmering white blanket. Ayanhoka, fascinated by the transformation, discovered that he could create small swirls of snow with a simple wave of his hands. The following spring brought with it an explosion of life, even more intense than the previous ones. New species of flowers appeared, some with petals that shone like stars at night. The animals developed more elaborate mating rituals, creating dances and songs that echoed through the valleys. As Ayanhoka grew, his connection with both worlds, heaven and earth, became more evident. He could see patterns in the clouds that predicted changes in the weather, and his laughter had the power to make flowers bloom out of season. But more important than his gifts was his ability to unite different creatures in harmony. The elder otter, observing the young man's development, commented to Ayonwatha, "Your son is the bridge we needed. Through him, the stories of heaven and earth will no longer be separate, but part of a single, grand narrative." The elder otter's words proved true when Ayanhoka began to create his own rituals. Combining elements from both worlds, he organized celebrations where birds and fish danced together in patterns that reflected the constellations above, while land animals sang melodies that echoed ancient celestial songs. The great turtle, ever attentive to the changes taking place on its back, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The world it carried was becoming exactly what it should be, a place where different kingdoms of nature not only coexisted, but intertwined in a continuous dance of creation and renewal. It was during one of these celebrations that Ayonwatha noticed something extraordinary. Small points of light were beginning to appear in the air, similar to the ones she used to collect in the kingdom of heaven. They were star seeds, born spontaneously from the union between heaven and earth, promising new mysteries and wonders for the growing world. The star seeds that began to blossom in the air brought a new dimension to the world on the shell of the great turtle. Ayanhoka, now a strong and wise young man, learned to grow them just as his mother did in the kingdom of heaven. Each seed planted created little points of light that illuminated the paths at night, serving as beacons for nocturnal animals. Ayonwatha watched with pride as her son became a true guardian of this new world. His unique abilities allowed him to mediate not only the relationships between the different species, but also between the elements of nature. When very strong, storms threatened to destroy the birds' nests, Ayanhoka would sing ancient, celestial melodies that calmed the winds. One day, as they walked along the beach together, Ayanhoka noticed something different about the marks the ocean left in the sand. Mother, he called out, pointing to the complex patterns that formed naturally. The waters are telling us a story. Ayonwatha approached and recognized in the marks symbols similar to those his people used in the kingdom of heaven. The great turtle, which was close to the shore at that moment, partially emerged from the waters. The worlds are drawing closer together, she explained in her ancient voice. What was once separate is beginning to intertwine in new and unexpected ways. This revelation brought a new understanding of the island's purpose. It wasn't just a refuge or a new beginning, but a point of convergence where different realities could meet and create something entirely new. The star seeds were just the first sign of this union. Ayanhoka began to devote more time to studying these natural patterns. He discovered that spiders' webs reflected the constellations above, that ants' movements followed celestial rhythms, and that tree roots grew in harmony with ocean tides. The elder otter, who continued to be a mentor to both mother and son, brought new wisdom. Every living being carries within itself an ancient memory, a connection to all the worlds that have ever existed and that will yet exist. Our task is to help awaken these memories. Inspired by these words, Ayanhoka began to organize regular gatherings where all the island's inhabitants could share their stories and knowledge. The beavers taught building techniques that respected the natural flow of water. The bees shared secrets about communication through dance, and the wolves showed how their nocturnal songs maintained the balance of the forests. During one of these meetings, something extraordinary happened. While a group of birds were performing a ritual dance, their feathers began to glow with a light of their own, similar to the auroras that occasionally illuminate the night sky. It was as if a heavenly memory was awakening in their earthly bodies. Ayonwatha, witnessing this transformation, felt a deep emotion. She could see how the world she had helped to create was evolving in ways that exceeded her initial expectations. The island was no longer just a piece of land on a turtle's shell. It was a living being in constant transformation, where each creature contributed to a greater symphony. The seasons continued their cycle, but now with new elements. During the winter, the falling snow carried tiny points of light, as if microscopic stars were descending from the sky. In spring, some flowers began to float a few centimeters above the ground, creating natural hanging gardens. A particularly remarkable phenomenon occurred during the summer solstice. The star seeds that Ayanhoka had planted began to multiply spontaneously, creating corridors of light that connected different parts of the island. The animals discovered that by following these illuminated paths, they could find sources of fresh water, safe places to build their nests, or the medicinal plants they needed. The great turtle, ever attentive to the transformations taking place on its back, began to adjust its movement according to these new energy patterns. Its gentle swimming created ripples in the waters that harmonized with the celestial lights, generating a kind of music that could be felt more than heard. Ayonwatha and Ayanhoka spent long nights talking about these changes, sharing observations and dreams. Each day brings a new wonder, said Ayanhoka, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of the stars both above and around them. It's as if the world itself is waking up to possibilities that have always existed but were lying dormant. The elder otter, who now appeared less frequently but always at significant moments, brought an important warning. With great power comes great responsibility. As the worlds draw closer, we must be careful to maintain balance. Not everything that is possible is necessary. These words led mother and son to establish new rituals of protection and gratitude. Before any new creation or transformation, they would meet with the elders of various species to carefully consider the impacts and benefits. Decisions were made not only with the present in mind, but with 7 generations in the future. Knowledge began to flow in both directions. Just as Ayanwatha had brought wisdom from the kingdom of heaven, now the earth offered its own lessons. The patterns on the shells revealed mathematical secrets. The behavior of ants taught about social organization, and even the tiniest dewdrops contained reflections of universal truths. Ayanhoka began to notice subtle changes in the great tortoise's behavior. Her movements, always smooth and constant, seemed to follow a new rhythm, as if she were responding to a song that only she could hear. The waters around the island danced in increasingly complex patterns, creating reflections reminiscent of ancient celestial writings. One morning, while meditating near the shore, Ayanhoka realized that she could understand the language of the waves. They spoke of distant places, of other lands that were beginning to emerge at the edges of the horizon, of ancient creatures that were awakening in the depths of the ocean. The island was no longer alone in the vast sea. It was now part of an expanding network of new life. Observing these transformations, Ayanwatha felt a familiar restlessness in his heart. It was the same feeling she had experienced in the kingdom of heaven before her fall. But this time, instead of fear, she felt a deep understanding forming. The world is growing, she explained to her son, just as you have grown, just as the island itself has grown. It's the natural cycle of things. The star seeds that had begun to bloom spontaneously now formed living constellations that changed with the seasons. During the winter, they grouped together in patterns that provided extra warmth for the animals. In spring, they dispersed to help pollinate the flowers. In summer, they created cooling air currents, and in fall, they guided migratory birds on their journeys. The elder otter appeared during a particularly significant sunset, her silver fur reflecting the colors of the sky. The time of great change is approaching, she announced. Just as your mother brought heaven to earth, now is the time for earth to respond to heaven. In the days that followed, extraordinary phenomena began to occur. Some trees developed translucent leaves that captured and filtered light in different ways, creating natural rainbows that lasted all day. Flowers began to emit soft music when touched by the wind, and some species of butterfly developed wings that looked like windows to other dimensions. Ayanhoka, using his unique gifts, began to weave these new energies into harmonious patterns. He created gardens where earthly and heavenly plants grew side by side, established sacred sites where animals could communicate more easily with the ancient spirits, and developed rituals that celebrated the ever deeper union between the different realms of nature. The great turtle, sensing that something important was about to happen, called Ionwatha and Ionhoka together for a chat. "The world I carry is ready for its next step," she said in her ancient voice. "Just as a seed needs to break out of its shell to grow, our world needs to expand beyond the limits we know." It was then that Ionwatha understood the true purpose of her fall from the kingdom of heaven. She hadn't fallen. She had been sent as a bridge, a messenger between worlds. And her son, Ionhoka, was the living manifestation of this bridge, a being who could move naturally between the different dimensions of existence. During a full moon night, while the whole island was taking part in a great celebration, something extraordinary began to happen. Star seeds began to rise in luminous spirals, creating a staircase of light that seemed to reach the kingdom of heaven itself. At the same time, luminous roots emerged from the ground, intertwining with the descending lights. Ionhoka, guided by an ancient knowledge that seemed to flow through his being, began to sing a song that combined heavenly melodies with earthly rhythms. The animals joined in the singing, each species contributing its own voice to the universal harmony that was forming. The great turtle, sensing that the moment was right, began to emit a deep vibration that resonated through the waters. The ocean waves danced in sync with the music, and the island itself seemed to pulse with renewed life. It was at this moment of perfect harmony that the veil between the worlds became thinner. Visitors from the kingdom of heaven began to appear, not as intruders, but as long-separated relatives returning for a joyful reunion. At the same time, earthly creatures discovered that they could ascend temporarily, creating a constant exchange of knowledge and experiences. Ionwatha, with tears of joy in her eyes, saw her dream of uniting the worlds come true in a way that exceeded her most daring expectations. The island was no longer just a refuge or a new beginning. It was a model for a whole new kind of existence where different dimensions of reality could coexist and enrich each other. As this new era was established, the great turtle continued its eternal movement across the waters. But now its shell didn't just carry land, it carried a living portal between worlds, a place where the impossible became possible and where old divisions dissolved in favor of a greater unity. Ionhoka, now fully aware of his role as guardian of this new reality, established schools where both terrestrial and celestial beings could learn from each other. The lessons were not just about practical knowledge, but about how to maintain the delicate balance between the different aspects of existence. And so, what began with the fall of a pregnant woman from heaven became a story of collective ascension, not just back to heaven, but towards a new level of consciousness and connection. Turtle Island had become exactly what it needed to be, a beacon of infinite possibilities, a constant reminder that all divisions are illusory, and that, at the heart of all existence, there is a single great dance of continuous creation. Tara's hall glowed in the light of hundreds of candles, their flames dancing on the ancient stone walls as guests celebrated what must have been the grandest wedding in medieval Ireland. Gran, daughter of the High King, sat at the high table, her incomparable beauty highlighted by her emerald green dress and long black hair that cascaded over her shoulders. At her side, Fionn Macumhel, the legendary warrior and leader of the Fianna, wore a proud smile, his gray locks and battle scars contrasting with his bride's radiant youth. But Granna's eyes wandered restlessly around the hall until they found another face among the warriors. Diarmuid Ua Dwybne, with his love mark on his forehead, a magical mark that made any woman who saw it fall madly in love with him, stood discreetly among Fionn's men. He was the most loyal of warriors, known as much for his skill with a spear as for his unwavering honor. Gran's heart quickened when their eyes met briefly. She had heard stories about Diarmuid's mark of love, but she knew it wasn't just the magic that attracted her. It was something deeper, more true, that made his heart beat like a war drum. "My lady," whispered her maid Eilbe, bending down to pour more mead. "You are as pale as the moon. Are you not happy with your marriage?" Gran tightened her fingers around the golden chalice. "How can I be happy, Eilbe, when my heart doesn't belong to the man beside me?" The bard's music echoed through the hall, masking their whispered conversation. Fionn was engrossed in discussion with the other warriors, telling stories of their past glories, his thundering voice mingling with laughter and song. With a sudden decision, Grain stood up. "I need air," she declared, and before anyone could stop her, she headed towards the castle gardens. The cool air of the Irish night soothed his flushed face, but not his turbulent heart. It didn't take long for silent footsteps to approach. It was Diarmuid. His duty as Fionn's warrior compelled him to protect his leader's future wife. "My lady should not be alone on a night like this," he said, keeping a respectful distance. Gran turned to him, her eyes shining with determination. "Don't call me that, Diarmuid. Not when my heart screams your name with every beat. Ma'am, we shouldn't—" "I place you under Geiss," she interrupted, invoking an ancient Irish tradition that no honorable warrior could break. "You must take me away from here tonight, away from a marriage that will bring only unhappiness." Diarmuid's face paled. Geiss was a magical obligation, a promise that, if broken, would bring misfortune and death. But accepting would mean betraying Fionn, the man to whom he had sworn loyalty. "You condemn me, ma'am," he whispered, the anguish evident in his voice. "Whatever I choose, I will be cursed." "Then let us be cursed together," replied Grana, approaching him. "For I prefer a life of escape at your side than an eternity of regret at the side of another." The sound of approaching footsteps and voices alerted them. Without another word, Diarmuid extended his hand to Gran. She accepted it without hesitation, and together they disappeared into the darkness of the Irish night. The news of his escape spread like wildfire. Fionn, consumed by rage and humiliation, rallied his most loyal warriors. "Find them," he ordered, his voice booming through Tara's walls. "Bring me the traitor and the runaway bride." Meanwhile, Diarmuid and Gran ran through the ancient forests of Ireland, guided only by the light of the moon. The night dew wet their clothes, and the wind whispered ancient stories of love and tragedy among the centuries-old trees. We can't stop, said Diarmuid, helping Grain cross an icy stream. Fionn knows these lands better than any man alive. His hunters will catch up with us if we rest. Gran, even with her feet sore and her party dress soaked, showed no regret. So we'll keep running. Each step takes us away from a loveless life and closer to our destiny together. Dawn found them high on a hill, looking out over the valley below as the first rays of sunlight turned the sky pink and gold. It was then that they heard the distant barking of Fionn's hounds. He cursed us, muttered Diarmuid, recognizing the ancient magic in the words the wind carried. We will never be able to sleep 2 nights in the same place. We will be eternal fugitives. Grain intertwined her fingers with his. Then each day will be a new adventure, each night a new beginning. I do not regret my choice, Diarmuid. Thus began the legend of Diarmuid and Grain, a love story that defied Ireland's ancient traditions. As they raced through the mystical lands of their island, they discovered that true love has the power to defy not only the wrath of men, but also the decrees of destiny itself. The chase had just begun, and with it, a journey that would test not only their love, but also their courage, loyalty, and determination. The ancient forests of Ireland held their secrets, and the runaway lovers were about to discover that every choice has its price, and that love, however strong, is not always enough to protect against the consequences of fate. The first days of escaping were the most difficult. Diarmuid and Grain crossed the dense Irish forests, their steps guided by both necessity and fear. Autumn was beginning to paint the leaves red and gold, but they barely had time to appreciate such beauty. The sounds of the chase were constant. Distant barking, galloping horses, and occasionally the echo of Fianna horns. Fionn is using the salmon of knowledge, Diarmuid explained as he helped Grain climb a steep slope. The ancient knowledge he has gained allows him to track any living thing in Ireland. Grain, despite the tiredness evident on her face, remained determined. Their elegant robes had long since been exchanged for clothes more suitable for escape, obtained in a small village where an old lady, touched by their story, had helped them. How can we fight such power? She asked, catching her breath at the top of the hill. With cunning, Diarmuid replied, his eyes scanning the horizon, and with the help of those who still respect the ancient traditions of Yace. They found temporary refuge in a cave hidden by a waterfall. The roar of the water masked their movements and voices, providing a rare moment of relative rest. Diarmuid took the opportunity to teach Grain some essential survival skills. See these marks on the trees, he showed, tracing patterns on the bark with his calloused fingers. They will tell us where to go when the snow covers the paths. Gran absorbed each lesson eagerly, her determination growing each day. She was no longer the delicate princess of Tara, but a woman who had chosen her own destiny, no matter the cost. One night, as they shared a lean dinner of roots and rabbit meat, they heard voices approaching. They were 3 warriors of the Fianna, former companions of Diarmuid, tracking his footsteps. Stay here, he whispered, picking up his spear. But Gran held his arm. No, she said firmly. We don't need to fight everyone we meet. Let me try something different. Before Diarmuid could stop her, Gran stepped out of the shadows, revealing herself to the warriors. Her presence surprised them, making them instinctively lower their weapons. After all, she was still a princess. You know the law of Gaze, she spoke, her voice clear and strong as a church bell. I place upon you the obligation to give us safe passage and not reveal our location for 3 days and 3 nights. The warriors looked at each other, caught between loyalty to Fionn and the unbreakable power of the guys. Finally, the oldest of them nodded. So be it, he replied. 3 days and 3 nights of silence you will have, princess. But after that, we owe our loyalty to Fionn. That small victory gave the lovers precious time, but it also reminded them that they couldn't rely on luck alone. They needed a more permanent plan. There is a place, Diarmuid murmured as they traveled west, in the ancient lands of the Tuatha de Danann, a circle of stones where even salmon's knowledge cannot penetrate. The journey there was arduous. Winter was approaching, and with it came freezing rains that soaked their clothes and made the terrain treacherous. But it also brought unexpected allies, shepherds who offered shelter in hidden barns, druids who left food offerings in secret places, and even forest animals who seemed to guide them along safe paths. One morning, they found a young druid gathering weeds by a stream. Instead of warning her pursuers, she led them to a sacred grove. True love is rare in these dark times, she said, offering them a protective amulet. And rarer still is the one who has the courage to follow him, no matter the cost. However, the peace was short-lived. That same night, they were awakened by the sound of thundering hooves. Fionn's knights had found his trail again. The curse, whispered Gran as they ran through the darkness. We can't stay anywhere. Diarmuid squeezed his hand as they headed deeper into the forest. Then we will make movement our strength, like the wind that cannot be captured, like the waters that always find their way. The chase took them through treacherous swamps, where the lights of will-o'-the-wisps tried to divert them from the path, and through deep valleys where echoes confused both pursuers and fugitives. Each new day brought new challenges, but it also strengthened the bond between them. One night, sheltering beneath an ancient oak, Gran watched the mark of love on Diarmuid's forehead glow softly in the moonlight. Sometimes I wonder, she said softly, if it's just the magic of this mark that makes me love you like this. Diarmuid touched his face gently. The brand can awaken love, but it cannot keep it alive. What we feel for each other has grown beyond enchantment. Their pursuers were approaching again. But in that moment, beneath the ancient stars of Ireland, Diarmuid and Gran found a truth deeper than any curse. The love that bound them was its own form of magic, stronger than all others. Snow was beginning to cover the Irish landscape when Diarmuid and Graine arrived in the lands of the Tuatha de Danann. The circle of ancient stones stood imposingly against the gray sky, its surfaces covered in runes and mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. The stones sing, Gran whispered, her fingers delicately tracing the ancient carvings. I can feel the stories they hold. Diarmuid remained alert, his senses sharpened by months of constant flight. The place emanated power, but it also attracted other types of attention. We need to be careful, he warned. The Tuatha De Danann are not known for their kindness to mortals. As if to confirm his words, a thick fog began to form around the circle of stones. Out of the mist, an ethereal figure emerged, Angus Og, the god of love and adoptive father of Diarmuid. My son, his voice echoed like ancient music. You have brought great turmoil to these lands. Diarmuid bowed respectfully, but kept himself between Angus and Grian. Father, we did not come seeking conflict, only refuge. The god circled the couple, his feet barely touching the snow-covered ground. Love is a powerful force, but also a dangerous one. Fionn is not one to forgive easily, and his influence reaches even the magical realms. Grina stepped forward, her posture revealing the nobility of her birth. Lord Angus, I place myself under your protection, not as Princess of Tara, but as a woman who has chosen to follow her heart. An enigmatic smile appeared on the god's lips. Ah, young Gren, you speak with the wisdom of the ancients. But tell me, are you prepared for the consequences of defying not only Fionn, but destiny itself? Before he could respond, a warning scream cut through the air. Fionn's dogs had found his trail again. The mist around the stones grew thicker, and Angus made a quick gesture with his hand. You will have 3 days of protection within this circle, he declared. Use them wisely, son. There's more at stake than just your love. With those words, the god disappeared, leaving behind only a thin veil of icy dew. Diarmuid and Graine took advantage of the brief moment of safety to regain their strength and plan their next steps. During these days, Graine watched Diarmuid practice with his spear, his movements fluid as water. You never told me how you received the mark of love, she said one night, as they warmed themselves by a small fire. Diarmuid touched the mark on his forehead, his eyes lost in distant memories. It was a gift, or perhaps a curse, from a young woman who served in the house of Angus. She fell in love with me, but I could not return her love. In her grief, she cast this enchantment. Any woman who saw the mark would fall madly in love. And that's why you've always served Fionn so faithfully, Gren added, understanding, to prove he was more than the mark on his forehead. Yes, he admitted, but now I realize that I was just hiding behind duty and honor. The 3rd day dawned with a dark omen. Crows circled above the circle of stones, their caws echoing like warnings. Angus's protection was coming to an end, and with it, the need to leave became urgent. As they prepared to leave the sanctuary, a figure emerged from the shadows. Elbe, Gran's former maid. His eyes were different, older and wiser than before. My lady, she said, her voice carrying a strange weight. I bring news and a warning. Fionn doesn't just seek revenge. He seeks the Lia Fail, the Stone of Destiny. He believes its power can undo the geese and bring you back. Gran turned pale. The Lia Fail was one of the 4 sacred relics of the Tuatha De Danann, known for its power to legitimize the true kings of Ireland. If he finds the stone, continued Ailbe, there will be no place in Ireland where they can hide. Diarmuid tightened his grip on his spear. Then we should find her first. The search for the Stone of Destiny would take them to even more dangerous places, through lands where ancient magics still ruled and where the borders between worlds were as thin as cobwebs, but before they could leave, Aelbe grabbed Gran's arm. "There's something else you need to know," she whispered. "The mark of love. Its power has limits. Every full moon, for a brief moment, its spell is broken." This revelation hit Gran like a bolt of lightning. Was her love for Diarmuid true, or just a reflection of ancient magic? Doubt, like a poisonous seed, began to take root in his heart. The distant sound of horns announced that their time of protection was over. With a last glance at the circle of stones that had offered them brief refuge, Diarmuid and Gran set off into the unknown, carrying with them not only the weight of their flight, but also the shadows of unspoken doubts. Snow continued to fall, covering their tracks as they advanced towards the wild lands of the north, where Leofael was said to have been hidden. Fate was leading them down an uncertain path, but it was a path they needed to follow, together, despite the shadows that were beginning to form between them. The search for Leofael took Diarmuid and Graine ever further north, where the mountains touched the clouds, and ancient legends came to life in the twilight shadows. Winter tightened its icy grip on the land, and the snow now reached their knees as they crossed deep valleys. Aelbe's words about the mark of love echoed in Graine's mind like an incessant mantra. The next full moon was approaching, and with it, the chance to discover the truth about her feelings. She watched Diarmuid secretly, trying to separate, in her heart, what was magic and what was real. "There is something troubling you," Diarmuid said one night as they took shelter in a cave in the mountains. It wasn't a question, but an observation born of months of sharing every moment, every danger. Gren hesitated, her hands busy mending a torn cloak. "The full moon," he finally replied. "Aelbe said the brand loses its power during this time." Diarmuid was silent for a long time, fire dancing across his thoughtful face. "Are you afraid of discovering that you don't truly love me?" "I'm afraid we'll discover that all of our sacrifice, all of this escape, was based on an illusion," she confessed, unshed tears shining in her eyes. Before Diarmuid could respond, a distant howl cut through the air. It was no ordinary wolf. It was the sound of Fion's supernatural hounds, capable of sniffing out ancient magic. "They are close," Diarmuid muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for the spear. "And they're not alone." The following days were a race against time and against their pursuers. The snow made escape difficult, but it also hid their tracks. They found unexpected help in an old druid who lived isolated in the mountains. "The Leofael," he said, offering them hot soup and a place by the fire, "is not just a stone of power, it is a test. Many have sought its power. Few have understood its true purpose." "And what would it be?" asked Gren, her hands gripping the clay bowl to absorb its heat. "Reveal the truth of the heart," the druid replied, his ancient eyes fixed on her. "But every truth has its price." A distant rumble interrupted the conversation. Not thunder, but the sound of stones being moved by ancient magic. Fion was using his powers to alter the landscape itself in his quest. "You must leave," urged the druid, handing them a small stone amulet. "Head north until you find 3 intertwined oaks. Leofael is close by, but be careful. You're not the only ones looking for it." The night of the full moon arrived when they were only a day away from the 3 oaks. Gran felt her heart beating like a wild bird as she watched the silver disk rise into the sky. We don't need to do this, Diarmuid said softly. Can we wait until... No, she interrupted firmly. We need to know. As the moon reached its highest point in the sky, Grain felt a subtle change, as if a thin veil was lifted from her eyes. He looked at Diarmuid, his heart racing with anticipation and fear. What she discovered caused her to fall to her knees in the snow. The love was there, as strong and true as before, but different. It wasn't the overwhelming passion of the magic mark, but something deeper, built into each moment shared, each danger faced together, each choice made for each other. I love you, she whispered, tears freezing on her cheeks, not because of the brand, but because of who you are. Diarmuid wrapped her in his arms, his own voice cracking with emotion. I always knew, he said. The mark can initiate love, but it cannot sustain it. What we have is stronger than any magic. His moment of revelation was interrupted by a flash of light to the north, a column of blue energy rising from the trees into the starry sky. Leah Fale had awakened. Fionn, said Diarmuid gravely. He must have found the stone. Then we will face him, declared Gran, rising to his feet with new determination, no longer as fugitives, but as equals. It's time to end this. They advanced through the snow toward the light, knowing they were headed toward an inevitable confrontation. The love between them, now proven true beyond all doubt, would be their strength in the battle to come. Dawn found them near the 3 intertwined oaks, where the Leah Fale waited in a circle of smaller stones. Fionn was already there, his imposing figure illuminated by the otherworldly glow of the sacred stone. So you came, his voice thundered through the frigid air, to witness the moment when all will be made right. Diarmuid and Gran looked at each other, their hands clasped in silent promise. Destiny had guided them here, and together they would face its consequences, whatever they may be. The air crackled with ancient energy as Fionn, Diarmuid, and Gran faced each other in the sacred circle. The Leah Fale pulsed with a bluish glow between them, its ancient runes dancing like shooting stars across its surface. You do not understand the power you are manipulating, Fionn, Diarmuid warned, his voice carrying the weight of years of loyalty and respect now broken. Leah Fale is not a tool for revenge. Fionn laughed, a bitter sound echoing across the mountains. Revenge? This is more than revenge, my former friend. It's about restoring the natural order of things. Gran stepped forward, her regal stance reminding everyone of her noble lineage. The natural order, true love, knows no order other than that dictated by the heart. True love? Fionn mocked, gesturing to the mark on Diarmuid's forehead. Everything you feel is the result of ancient magic. Nothing more. No! Gran's voice cut through the air like a sword. We saw the truth during the full moon. What we feel for each other transcends any enchantment. The sky began to darken, heavy clouds gathering above them, like spectators of an ancient drama. Leah Fale shone more brightly, responding to the growing tension. Then prove it, Fionn challenged, taking a step back. The stone of destiny reveals the truth of the heart. Touch it, both of you, and let it judge the purity of your love. Diarmuid and Grain exchanged glances. They knew that touching Leofael was dangerous. The sacred stone was known to destroy those deemed unworthy, but they also knew that this might be their only chance to end the persecution. Together, Gran whispered, intertwining her fingers with Diarmuid's. They approached the rock, their steps synchronized in the snow. The bluish glow intensified, enveloping them in a cocoon of light. The moment his hands touched the ancient surface, the world around him disappeared. Visions flooded their minds, moments shared while fleeing, sacrifices made for each other, small gestures of love in the midst of danger. But they also saw beyond, glimpses of a possible future, children running through green fields, peace after so long on the run. Leofael sang, an ancient melody that made the earth itself tremble. The light emanating from the stone changed from blue to gold, bathing the circle in a heavenly glow. Fionn watched, astonished, as the ancient magic spoke its judgment. The stone's power not only validated the love between Diarmuid and Grain, but also blessed it with the strength of ancient kings. Impossible, he muttered, his anger giving way to disbelief. It was then that a familiar figure materialized in the circle, Angus Og, once again coming to intercede for his adopted son. Nothing is impossible when it comes to true love. Old friend, said the god, his voice echoing with eternal wisdom. You sought to use the power of Leofael to separate them, but the stone recognized in them something stronger than any mortal decree. Fionn looked at the couple, still enveloped in golden light, and something in his hardened heart began to melt. Memories of his own youth, of loves lost and found, softened his expression. I was young once too, he finally admitted, his voice carrying the weight of years. I have also known the power of true love. Angus smiled, nodding his approval. Then you understand that some forces are beyond our control. Fate has woven its threads in unexpected but no less perfect ways. The snow began to fall gently, as if nature itself was celebrating the moment of reconciliation. Diarmuid and Granet emerged from the golden glow, transformed, no longer fugitives, but symbols of a love capable of defying and changing destiny itself. The curse is broken, Angus declared. You are free to make your home wherever you wish. Fionn stepped forward, his stance still imposing, but now devoid of threat. I will seek no more revenge, he declared. May your lives be long, and your true love continue to inspire generations to come. And so, the great persecution ended. The story of Diarmuid and Granne became a legend, told in halls and around campfires across Ireland. It spoke not only of love and courage, but of the capacity of the human heart to transcend curses, overcome obstacles, and find redemption. The years that followed saw the couple establish their home in the northern lands, near the three intertwined oaks. There, they raised their children and lived a life that, although calmer than their days on the run, never lost the magic of that first moment of choice, when a princess decided to follow her heart and a warrior chose love above duty. What about Leofael? He remained in his sacred circle, guarding not only the the secrets of true kings, but also the memory of a love strong enough to change destiny. They say that on full moon nights, you can still hear their ancient song, reminding everyone that true love, when pure and courageous enough, has the power to rewrite even the oldest prophecies